Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 budget policy statement that was laid on the table of the Senate on the Tuesday, 5th March of 2024. And pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act, as well as the Standing Order 186(8) of the Senate Standing Orders, and to approve that 2024 budget policy statement. Senators have begun streaming into the chamber in readiness for today's Senate proceedings. And that is the senator for Nakuru. So reading the House in readiness for today's Senate proceedings. Among the bills that will be coming up for the division is the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill. This is a bill by Senator Samson Cherargei, number 12 of 2023 by Senator Samson Cherargei. The Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly bills. The Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill by Senator Miraj Abdulrahman. And then there will be second reading of the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly bills number 75 of 2023. And this one is sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader. And then there is the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulations Bill, autonomy of the county assemblies by granting them FAD and also the autonomy in order to enable them to conduct their functions independently of the county executive. You can see the senator from Mombasa, Senator Honorable Faki, has already entered the chamber, and also the Senate Majority Leader in readiness for today's proceedings. Going on, there will be a petition that will be read by the Speaker of the Senate to the House. And this is a petition to the Senate by Ms. Christine Jokimweru regarding incomplete investigations and the failure by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution to investigate, arrest, and prosecute suspects involved in the abduction and disappearance of Mr. Joshua Gishuki Mwangi. And then there are a number of papers that will be laid on the House today. And then there will be several statements and questions. Among them, the Senator from Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Chute, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare concerning the non-remittance of National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF deductions, and the delayed payment of salaries by the county government of Marsabit. The Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare concerning the implementation of the report on a petition on alleged fraud by First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency Limited that was handled by the same committee last year. And the Senator will be seeking to know the progress of the same. You can see the Senate procession, the Speaker's procession has approached the chamber. And Senator Honorable Jeff Amason King is presiding. There is the Speaker of the Senate, and we shall hand you over to the plenary to follow up these live proceedings. Welcome.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
10.
The Honorable Senator, Speaker, rather of the Senate, Jeff Emerson Kingi, has ordered for the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes in line with the standing orders 39 and 40 of the Senate standing orders. And the quorum for Senate is 15 senators, and this is the number that now the quorum bell is being rung to achieve. And this is in line with the Standing Order 40 that states rather that if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken, at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And this is the process that is going on now. And I can see several senators are already streaming into the chamber in readiness for today's Senate proceedings. There is the senator for Turkana, also the senator for Baringo already in the chamber. As we had indicated earlier, there is the motion on consideration rather of the budget policy statement for 2024, and this is but the budget policy statement is a government policy or policy document rather, that sets out the broad strategic priorities and policy goals to guide the national government and the county governments in preparing their budgets for the subsequent financial year and over the medium term. In the document, there is adherence to the fiscal responsibility principles, and demonstrates prudent and transparent management of public resources in line with the Constitution. That is Chapter 12 of the Constitution on Public Finance and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 rather. And then Section 25 of the PFM Act, that is where the BPS or the budget policy statement is anchored, provides that the National Treasury shall prepare and submit to the Cabinet and the BPS for approval, Subsequently, the approved BPS. You can see senators have streamed into the chamber, and in a minute from now, once quorum is confirmed, we shall hand you over to the sittings to follow through. The approved business policy statement is submitted to the Parliament by the 15th of February. And this is a process that is going on now, and the Senate has 14 days to conclude on it. We add you over to the plenary. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Boni, kindly take your seat. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Ms. Christine Jokimweru regarding incomplete investigations and failure by Office of the Director of Public Prosecution to investigate, arrest, and prosecute suspects involved in the abduction and disappearance of her husband, Joshua Gichuki Mwangi. Honorable Senators, kindly walk in and take your seats. Senator Siengo, you don't seem to locate your seat. As you're aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Now, honorable senators, the silent issues raised in the said petition are as follows. 1, that on the 3rd of February 2020, Mr. Joshua Gichuki Mwangi Christine Njoki Mweru's husband, left their home in the company of Mr. Dennis Ndubi Maunda aboard their vehicle of number plate KCS 481F. 2, that on the 4th of February 2020, barely 24 hours since the departure, the vehicle of number plate KCS 481F was found abandoned in Ruaka. Number 3, that Ms. Christine Njoki Mweru thereafter made an official report about the disappearance of her husband on the 4th of February 2020, and on 13th February 2020, she received a call from the investigating officer that the suspect, Mr. Dennis Ndubi Mauda, had been summoned to record a statement at Kabete Police Station. That Ms. Christine Njoki Mweru on several occasions has written to the Director of Criminal Investigations to follow up on her husband's case, but has received unsatisfactory responses. That the case was afterwards transferred from the original police station with jurisdiction to the Nairobi area Directorate of Criminal Investigations Officers to be assisted by the now defunct Special Crimes Unit, where the petitioner, Mrs. Christine Njoki Mweru, met uncooperative officers. And lastly, that on the 5th of June 2023, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions directed that the Office of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations have the petitioner and her daughters record further statements in regard to the disappearance of Mr. Joshua Gichuki Mwangi. That the issues presented in this petition have been raised with the relevant bodies, including the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Inspector General of Police, the Internal Affairs Unit, the Ministry of Interior and Security, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, all of which have borne no fruits. Consequently, therefore, the petitioners pray that the Senate does the following: investigates this matter with a view of ensuring that the relevant bodies in charge of investigation and prosecution give their account on how justice has never been served, and 2, assures that justice is served on the matter to enable the family to find closure on the disappearance of Mr. Joshua Gichuki Mwangi in the hands of known suspects. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238, this petition is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights for its consideration. In terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer, which is today, to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you, Honorable Senators. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, the 6th of March, 2024. The Land Adjudication Amendment Regulations, Legal Notice number 23 of 2023. Physical Land Use Planning, Planning Fees Amendment Regulations, Legal Notice number 24 of 2023. Survey, the Electronic Cadastre Transactions Amendment Regulations, Legal Notice number 25 of 2023. The Valuers Forms and Fees Amendment Rules, Legal Notice number 26 of 2023. Land Regulations Amendment, Legal Notice number 27 of 2023. Community Land Regulations Amendment, Legal Notice number 28 of 2023. The Survey Regulations Amendment, Legal Notice number 29 of 2023. Land Registration Revocation Regulations, Legal Notice number 35 of 2023. The Land Registration General Regulations Amendment, Legal Notice number 36 of 2023. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the year ended 30th June of the following. That is the County Government of Mombasa, County Revenue Fund, County Government of Mombasa, Receiver of Revenue. And reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 for the following. Baringo County Executive, Baringo County Assembly, Members Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, the County Assembly of Baringo, the County Government of Baringo, Receiver of Revenue, Baringo County Government, County Revenue Fund, Baringo County Community Conservation Fund, Baringo County Emergency Fund, Baringo County Bursary and Scholarship Fund, Baringo County Micro and Small Enterprise Fund, the County Executive of Nakuru, the County Assembly of Nakuru, Members Car Loan and Mortgage, Car Loan, Grants and Mortgage Scheme Fund, the County Assembly of Nakuru, the County Government of Nakuru, Receiver of Revenue, County Government of Nakuru, the County Revenue Fund, Machakos County Assembly Housing and Car Loan Scheme Fund for staff, the County Executive of Makueni, the County Assembly of Makueni, the County Government of Makueni, Receiver of Revenue, the County Government of Makueni, County Revenue Fund, Makueni County Youth, Men, Women, Persons with Disability and Table Banking Groups Empowerment Fund, the County Executive of Kitui, the County Assembly of Kitui, the Kitui County Assembly Service Board, Employees Car and Mortgage Fund, Kitui County Assembly Car and Mortgage Members Scheme Fund, the County Government of Kitui, Receiver of Revenue, the County Government of Kitui, County Revenue Fund, and Kitui County Empowerment Fund, the County Government of Kajiado, Receiver of Revenue, the County Executive of Narok, Narok County Assembly, the County Government of Narok, Receiver of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator from Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Chute. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Chiranke.
Can I get the mic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for statement on implementation of the report on petition on alleged fraud by First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency Limited. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the implementation of the report of the committee on petition by Kimutai Kirui and other residents of Uasin Gishu County concerning alleged fraud by First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency Limited. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should, 1, provide a status update on investigation into illegalities committed by First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency Limited. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, update the Senate on the status of reimbursements to all individuals who are defrauded by the agency, providing a breakdown of how much each individual has received so far relative to their initial payment. So, Speaker, sir, number 3, outline any measures put in place by the government to ensure that all individuals who are defrauded are reimbursed in full. So, Speaker, number 4, indicate whether the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection has undertaken an audit of all recruitment agencies, and if so, provide a list of all recruitment agencies currently licensed and operating in Kenya, as well as those which have been blacklisted. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, explain why, despite the glaring malpractices, First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency has been allowed to continue in its operations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the state of the eCitizen digital payment platform. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide details on any agreement entered into by the Kenyan government with respect to the management of the platform, disclosing the identity of the private vendor who operates the platform, as well as any monies paid to them so far. Number 2, state why the government opted to contract a private vendor to operate the platform, explaining measures put in place to ensure strict adherence to the applicable laws, particularly the tax laws, the Data Protection Act, and the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. 3, explain measures put in place by the government to address revenue leakages and to ensure accountability in the management of all monies collected via the e-citizen digital platform, payment platform. And lastly, explain why the National Treasury is handling payment reconciliation and settlement from the e-citizen platform manually, which can be prone to human error, clarifying whether there are any plans to automate the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Nairobi, how does that request for statement differ from the question that was supposed to be responded to by the CS Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you look at your dashboard, I had already expressed interest to comment slightly on Senator Ososi's statement, so that if the committee can tie all of the issues that have been raised together, it will be very helpful. Maybe Senator Ososi knows the CS himself was supposed to be here this morning, but he was not there, Mr. Speaker. That's a more direct route to get answers than the committee way. But I'll be seeking to say a few things about it.
You better say now, because we are not allowing...
I've just asked for my notes, Mr. Speaker. Wacha nijipange.
Now, have a seat, Senator Sifuna. Let's proceed to the statement by Senator... You'll get your moment, Senator Boni. You'll get your moment. The statement by Senator Chimera is deferred pursuant to the Senator's own request. I will allow limited intervention to the extent of 10 minutes. Senator speaking not more than 2 minutes. Yes, Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to what the Senator for Nairobi has told you, I think there's greater benefit, Mr. Speaker, if you allowed both the question to be raised and be responded to by the minister, and also the statement to be sought. For the reason that, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of grave national concern. And therefore, hearing from the minister himself and also getting a report from the committee will benefit this country far much more than us having that question stood down, Mr. Speaker, with due respect.
Senator Sifuna, you are still gathering your thoughts.
Speaker, if you've noticed, I don't speak without my speaking notes, so that I can go systematically.
Well, I've not noticed that.
I am reminded that the Speaker is blind, but please allow other members to
That's
contribute.
okay, very well.
I'll be
Senator Ledam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Otsotsi. What I'd like to request, when the committee is investigating that matter, to find out what exactly is happening, even with NTSA, because we are now moving from an old NTSA system to e-citizen. And of course, everyone has to pay the 50 shillings. But the biggest problem is that the migration process is taking a very long time. So most people, vehicles are being arrested because they are not found in the system. And then people are being charged. In fact, today I know of a few people who have had to pay for lack of inspection stickers. And the problem is that we are migrating now from an old Vox system of NTSA to e-citizen. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, noting the 2 minutes limit that you put, it will also be very important for us to understand how much is collected on a daily basis on these 50 shillings, which is charged, which is paid to a third party. And of that, how much is KRA collecting in terms of taxes? It is very, very sad for us to continue engaging a private entity, yet we have people like NIS who can be able to come up with similar systems, and that becomes a government-to-government contract that supports, the economy of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, this statement is timely, and I would like to request that since the question raised by Senator Sifuna is on a different standing order, different from this of 53-1, there's nothing bad when the two statements run concurrently. Maybe we might be able to benefit directly from a question. Remember, Mr. Speaker, when a witness is called by a committee, that witness is under oath. But when the Cabinet Secretary comes here to respond, the Cabinet Secretary is not put under oath. So there are few differences that I may want to beseech even Senator Sifuna to still consider asking the question directly and then allowing the committee to be able to investigate this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, I want to stand on the statement by Senator Otsotsi on the issue of e-citizen. I think, Mr. Speaker, while we agree that there are challenges on usage of e-citizen, the intention of e-citizen, Mr. Speaker, was to ensure we have one-stop shop, to ensure all payments are paid through e-citizen platform. And you, Mr. Speaker, you are aware, NTSA, even NEMA, Mr. Speaker, even payment of school fees, among others. The intention of e-citizen, Mr. Speaker, was to ensure that we get rid of corruption and other handling of money, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that when the CS appears of Treasury, I think it's about Kenyans to learn how to use e-citizen. If we can learn, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to allow efficiency, Mr. Speaker, because you will need to use Huduma Center wherever you are, or even download e-citizen, Mr. Speaker, and we have using it efficiently, even in NTSA, Mr. Speaker, renewal of driving license, even passport application, Mr. Speaker, the issue of issuance of identity card issuance, Mr. Speaker. So the intention of the President, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit, I know there will be an answer that will be brought, was to create one center that will ensure, Mr. Speaker, finally, is that whenever you visit, when you are looking for birth certificate or death certificate or succession documents, you are normally told your file has disappeared, and Senator of Nyamira is familiar because he has been in corridors of justice for some time. When you remove 500 shillings or 1,000 shillings, your file just appears from nowhere. So the intention of the President, by ensuring that everybody pays through e-citizen, was to ensure that we minimize the issue of corruption, Mr. Speaker. Although there are challenges in using that platform, it is about sensitization, it is about ensuring that e-citizen, Mr. Speaker, is used in a right and proper way, Mr. Speaker. So I think it is very important that we put in place...
Senator Chirange,
yes.
The Honorable Senator Mugeni would wish to inform you. Are you amenable?
Yes, he can inform me. He has been my advocate before and I've benefited.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had Senator Cherargei mention my name in a manner that can create an impression to Kenyans that I'm not a man of integrity. He says that when I go to Nyamira and I'm seeking services and a file disappears, I give 500 shillings so that a file can be produced. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record that I don't give bribes. I've never bribed anybody in any registry to get a file. So he should, if he has done it, he should say that he gives 500 to have files procured for himself, but not make reference to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Senator Chirange, and conclude.
While I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I think that was a misplaced. He didn't listen to me carefully. I said, since him is an advocate, and I know he was a chair of anti-corruption in this country sometimes back, so his integrity precedes his name. So I don't have, but I'm saying, since he's an advocate, he have encountered challenges while filing in courts of law, in land registry, and I know unless he's new to Jerusalem, but if Nyamira, there is no corruption, so we thank God for it. Mr. Speaker, I think finally what we should encourage is to call upon Kenyans to use the e-citizen for the benefit of all of us to eradicate corruption. I expected him, Mr. Speaker, since he's a former chair of anti-corruption, to support the e-citizen platform, because this is how we minimize and fight corruption in this republic, Mr. Speaker. But we shall wait for responses through Senator Otsosi's statement and Senator Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support and congratulate the senators.
Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. Indeed, my statement had been motivated by incidents of two elderly women paying for their NHIF contributions through this platform, and NHIF insisting that those payments were not reflecting on their side. Mr. Speaker, the problem then becomes that these persons lose the cover, and then they also incur penalties for fake arrears, and they have to make fresh payments in order for them to come back on the cover. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there was a report of the Auditor General in December of last year that she had not seen the contract agreements between the state and the private entities behind the e-citizen platform. So that the danger there, Mr. Speaker, is that the public could be exposed and the government itself could be exposed if indeed those contracts do not exist and that there are private individuals running this platform. I wanted to hear from the CS himself whether indeed this platform was a government platform or indeed it is contracted to private entities. And then, lastly, Mr. Speaker, there is a concern of what they call a convenience fee for using this particular system. We have insisted that you should make it easy for people to access government services. If you look at the sort of payments we are making for NHIF, for these elderly people and other persons of lower means, to impose again a 50 shilling, what is it called, convenience fee, is to impose a burden that many people cannot bear. So, Mr. Speaker, I have had a conversation with Senator Osotsi. Senator Osotsi wanted that the committee seeks answers from the ministry itself, and that if they are dissatisfied, Mr. Speaker, then we can summon the minister or the CS to appear before the committee. But, Mr. Speaker, you will know, because of what happened today, the questions that I had presented, these issues that I had presented, have to be scheduled for next week, so that, in my view, the House would be better off getting these answers in a quicker way. And Osotsi himself assures me that if the CS is here and is able to tackle these matters, then we can save that committee time. So I want to beg and plead with the House that we still pursue this through the path of the CS, if he appears here next Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, so that if he is able to clear all those issues, including the ones that have been raised by Senator Osotsi, then the committee will be saved the time and free them to do other things. I thank you, Speaker, for your indulgence.
So in that case, therefore, the statement as requested by Senator Osotsi will not proceed for commitment to that relevant committee, awaiting the appearance of the CS for purposes of responding to the question that had been posed by the Honorable Senator for Nairobi County. I believe when he appears, because it, in fact, contrary to our standing orders, because, and I'm going to read the standing order for you, that a request for statement, the response to which is readily available, in order that works or reference or official publication shall not be made. No, a request for statement shall not repeat in substance any matter covered in a prior request. So the substance of Honorable Osotsi's statement is well covered under the question that had been posed by the Honorable Senator for Nairobi. So we will not commit this as we await the CS to appear before us for purposes of responding to the question by the Honorable Senator for Nairobi. Next order, Clerk.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 Budget Policy Statement.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Senator Mutinda and Senator Ali Roba. Chair and Vice respectively.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 budget policy statement laid on the table of the Senate yesterday, Tuesday, 5th of March 2024, and pursuant to Section 25(7) of Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 186(8), the Senate approves the budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the budget policy statement is a government document that sets out broad strategic priorities and policy goals which guides the national and county governments in the preparation of budgets. It entails an assessment of the current state of the economy, including macroeconomic forecasts, as well as priorities of the government and the current pillars of growth and the strategic direction that is going to take. It also includes the financial outlook of the government in terms of revenues and expenditures and the borrowing opportunities within the medium term in order to make sure the budget is appropriately financed. The proposed expenditure ceilings for the national government, including those of Parliament and the judiciary, indicative transfers to county governments, and the fiscal responsibility principles and financial objectives over the medium term, including limits on total annual debt. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee held public participation with various stakeholders, including National Treasury, Commission of Revenue Allocation, Council of Governors, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the International Budget and Partnership Kenya chapter, and county assemblies and Institute of Social Accountability. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the current budget policy statement, as contained in the policy statement document, is sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda for the economic recovery and improved livelihoods. With respect to macro fiscal framework, the National Treasury projects in 2024 the economic growth will be approximately 5.5%. This growth is attributed to both agricultural sector performance owing to 2 successive rainy seasons that performed very well. The overall inflation is expected to remain within the range of 5 plus or minus 2.5% in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the exchange rate, the Kenya shillings depreciated by 19.3% against the US dollar and 23.4% against the euro between June 2022 and 2023. That's adversely affecting inflation levels in the country, as well as also increasing the stock of debt by almost 800 billion because of the exchange rate difference. However, it's worth noting that as at 20th of February, the Kenya shilling appreciated in value in comparison to other currencies. For example, it appreciated 10.8% against the dollar, 10.9% against the sterling pound, and 12.8% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, it's worth while mentioning that as to whether or not this appreciation is temporary spike in the foreign exchange, values in the country or the financial market, or it is a sustainable program is yet to be seen. This was necessitated by the risk management, by National Treasury through the Eurobond. And that effect, as to whether it's going to be sustainable in the long term or is going to remain, a short-term spike is yet to be seen. But regardless, it has sent a very, very positive signal in the money market, and our shilling is performing very well. Hopefully that is going to be sustained. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ordinary revenue of financial year 2022-2023 grew by approximately 6.4%. In financial year 2021-2022, ordinary revenue was 1.917 trillion, and in financial year 2022-2023, is 2.041 trillion. The 2024 budget policy statement projections on the ordinary revenue as a share of the GDP indicates revenues will increase from 14.3% of the GDP in 2022-2023 to 17% in the medium term up to financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, sir, the projected ordinary revenue collection for financial year 2024-2025 is Kenya shillings 2.948 trillion, while projected revenue including grants stands at 3.484 trillion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the proposed total expenditure net lending for financial year 2024-2025 is 4.188 compared to 3.484. That creates the projected fiscal deficit for financial year 2024-2025 at 703.9 billion to be financed through borrowing. The National Treasury proposes to borrow 326 billion from external market and 377.9 billion from the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, it's worthwhile to note that while it is very easily accessible to the government to borrow from the domestic market, it also poses a risk of crowding out the opportunity of lending to businesses in the country, as such also hampers investment as well as revenue collection if the opportunity for financing is limited. As you understand, Honorable Speaker, it's very attractive for lenders to lend to government because of the higher interest rate that the government offers and the guarantees as opposed to individual lenders. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government proposes to focus on implementation of various interventions and policies geared towards reduction of cost of living and improving livelihoods by identifying a number of sectors within the budget policy statement that is going to help in this realization of these projected revenues. Mr. Speaker, sir, the division of revenue, on the division of revenue, the National Treasury proposes an allocation of 391.1 billion to county governments as adequate share for financial year 2024-2025. The increment from 385.425 billion allocated in the financial year 2023-2024 is just about 5.7 billion, which is 1.47% growth in terms of allocation to county government. This proposed allocation represents approximately 13.2% of the projected ordinary revenue of 2.948 trillion for financial year 2024-2025. We've given this figure for purpose of comparison. Note that it is the base of revenue sharing because it does not represent the last audited and approved accounts as it is, but projected revenues of the government in the coming financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we compare this to the audited and approved finances or accounts of the government, it comes to the last audited, it comes to 1.570, being about 24.91%. The most recent audited and approved revenues raised nationally was in the financial year 2020-2021. The National Treasury attributed this marginal growth to, as sufficient in their view, and our engagement with the CS National Treasury has indicated that a lot of reality has not gone into scientific determination of what the bare minimum revenue growth for this county government should have been. Mr. Speaker, sir, the county governments are projected to receive an additional allocation of about 54.7 billion, comprising of road maintenance levy, about 10.522, aggregated industrial park program for another 18 counties, other than those that were covered, 18 in the current financial year,
of about 4.5 billion, supplement for construction of county headquarters of 445 million. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's worthwhile to note that this committee have received a request from the affected 5 county governments that were supposed to be supported by the national government in the construction of county headquarters. Because these projects have delayed tremendously, and the committee was able to process in consultation with every stakeholder, and finally, in this same chamber, we were able to direct that the public works should release those projects to the affected county governments, and the national government, through the National Treasury, should release the funds, which in the current approved county additional allocation, we have about 454 billion, and with the addition of 445, there's only a balance of about 97 million that need to be released. And thereafter, whatever gaps there is, Mr. Speaker, sir, as many county governments have constructed their own county headquarters, then these 5 county governments should be able to also construct their own county governments, rather than blaming the national government for funds because of the changes in the market resulting from global challenges of economic performance. And we have transferred museum function, which is allocated 30.1 million. Community health promoters, this is a government program, has been allocated 3.234 billion. Mineral royalties allocated 1.055 billion. Court fines 7.4 million. An allocation from development partners in the form of loans and grants, and that share to county governments amounting to about 35.65 billion. Honorable Speaker, having considered the 2024 budget policy statement and analyzed the stakeholder submissions, and the committee had several observations. Among these observations are continued accumulation of pending bills at both levels of government, estimated at 5% of the GDP, which is a huge figure, as at February 2024. The national government has employed 20,000 new healthcare workers under the Afya Nyumbani program. However, the framework within which the 2 levels of government should have collaborated has not been accomplished as contemplated in Article 189(1) and 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also observed the proposed county equitable share amounting to 391.1 billion has increased the allocation to county governments by barely, slightly short of 1.5% from the financial year 2023-2024. Allocation, which was 385.425, compared to 13.9 projected increase in ordinary revenue of the government. The proposed growth to county government equitable share, it is disproportionate compared to the projected growth in revenue, denoting inequity in resource distribution. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's worthwhile to note, even if we used just the absolute revenue growth of the government in the previous financial year, which stood at 6.4%, that falls way short of that allocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, also we note there is no additional allocation to counties for transfer of library services, that funds should follow functions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Treasury has allocated to Equalization Fund a partial payment of arrears amounting to 3.533 billion for financial year 2024-2025. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to also share that through the Committee of Finance and Budget, we've had extensive engagement with National Treasury on how it intends to regularize the arrears of to Equalization Fund that has not been released. The National Treasury made commitment in writing to the committee that it intends to comply over the next 4 years. However, the arrears allocation, even though it's positive and it's an excellent gesture, because this has not happened before, falls short of what they wrote to us in terms of commitment. That brings Equalization Fund allocation to 9.98 billion, including that 3.2 billion for allocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, additional expenditure pressures emanating to county government in terms of statutory deduction, including proposed housing levy, increased NSSF contribution, which reduces resources to county government, also exert more pressure on the county government resources. Mr. Speaker, sir, in view of the foregoing, the committee made both policy and financial recommendations. Among others, the policy recommendations include that the National Treasury prioritizes disbursement of equitable share to counties in line with the cash disbursement schedule approved by this House. That the National Treasury, in collaboration with Council of Governors, should fast-track development of integrated county revenue management system and submit to the Senate the status report of the progress of that system in order to enhance county government's own source revenue collection. That the National Treasury should expedite the approval of payment plan of outstanding contribution in lieu of rates to county governments. This is of government facilities who are supposed to be, on whose behalf revenues are supposed to be paid to county governments, from the defunct local authorities before the advent of devolution that has remained pending, including those that are also accumulating up to now. Mr. Speaker, sir, also the committee recommends that the National Treasury expedites finalization of the proposed framework for sharing of mineral royalties revenue among national government and county government. Our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the proposed allocation of shareable revenue of county governments for financial year 2024-2025 in the considered opinion of the committee should not be less than 415.9522 billion, based on the following factors. The baseline of 385.425 being the approved allocation in the last DORA, adjustment for revenue growth of absolute revenue growth of 6.4%, which is based on actual ordinary revenue growth realized in financial year 2022-2023, and further adjustment in repurposing the scrapped mess program, that is shared medical equipment, that the counties still need to have of 5.86 billion. The total additional allocation to counties should stand at 55.453 billion, that the allocation of equalization fund 2024-2025 be set at 7.852 billion, in line with the most recent audited audited and approved account by National Assembly of 1.570 trillion. Furthermore, with reference to National Treasury's commitment to the Senate via a letter reference number TNT/ZZ/81/014/E974 dated 19th May 2023, an additional amount of 9.98 be allocated to the fund as partial payment for outstanding arrears. The cumulative allocation to the fund should therefore be 17.832,814,725. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, I wish to thank the stakeholders who submitted the written memoranda as well as physically appearing before the committee. I also take this opportunity to commend the members of the committee for their devotion and commitment to the cause of delivering this in time. I also thank honorable colleagues, the chairs of various committees who have undertaken to their time plus their committees in order to make sure that they give their input to the committee. And also wish to thank your office and the office of the clerk for facilitating all that we require to be able to execute this mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and request Senator Eddy to second.
Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity. And also thank you so much for our able chairperson, for Finance and Budget for presenting this. I think that, Mr. Speaker, the Chair of Finance and Budget, Senator Captain Ali Roba, has actually captured most of the deliberations that we had in the committee with regards to this BPS, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, my work, even as a second, will be a very easy one, just to invite colleague senators in some areas that we did deliberate on, and I hope that as you interact with the budget, with this particular report, you should be able to be keen about, so that as you contribute, you can be able to help us make better comments in the future. But more importantly, there are areas that will also be important as we look forward to the DORA that is coming in a few weeks, Mr. Speaker. That conversation will be very important. The first area that I wanted to stress on, Mr. Speaker, is that as a House, we are in this particular Parliament to be able to protect the interests of counties, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what can never miss our sight is at any given point when we're doing a BPS, what is it in the BPS that is there for counties? And Mr. Speaker, I know that under Article 216 and 217, the best body that can be able to help us, dissect what parameters we should be able to use to be able to know what is the shareable bit that we want to go to the counties would be CRA. But Mr. Speaker, I think that this year the committee will attest that we did not get a good report from CRA, particularly because we didn't get a serious scientific quest from CRA, because CRA did propose that we get to counties 398 billion. And as the chairperson has actually been able to highlight, first, the base that was used was wrong. But apart from the base that was used being wrong, there are other parameters that the committee is dedicated to that this House must be able to support. For instance, we do realize that inflation has really been a major factor in our economy and therefore affecting even the price of goods and services for counties, just the same way it does affect for the national government. To the extent that these kind of parameters are things that we should be able to look at in future to ensure that when we are giving counties money, we give them a shareable revenue that can be able to help them be able to solve their emerging complexities in the prevailing economic circumstances that we are in. And I actually want to appreciate the committee for at least coming up with a formula that is scientific, based on actually an absolute value of the revenue that actually we did realize in the previous year. So that is something that we need to actually stamp our feet down. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at all the submissions that were done here, Mr. Speaker, the calculation that was done by the committee will be the best number that we stick to and try to push so that as a House, we stand by counties to be able to get that amount of money should we get to the DORA. And Mr. Speaker, alongside that, my chairperson has actually appreciated the stakeholders that have been able to give their input on this. But I also want to invite the House, because we work very closely with our MCS, that there are some key stakeholders that as a committee, we would want to actually be able to get more of their voices during the budget making process. Because a stakeholder such as CAF, the County Assembly Forum, is a very key stakeholder during this process, in that their oversight role and even their assembly working roles are hugely affected by such kind of reports. And as we will be advancing in this entire budget making process, we have seen a number of places whereby the County Assembly Forum members from different aspects will be coming to the committee seeking for an enlargement of their ceiling. But this happens because sometimes they don't engage much during such a budget making process. And therefore it will be very important that we as a Senate be able to encourage some of these key stakeholders to be giving us input on this particular process. The third area I wanted to focus on, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the ministry had actually adventurously showed us a roadmap with which they are sure of being able to stimulate the economy in some particular areas of the economy. And actually, I know that the chair did glaze over them, but there are actually 9 areas that, 9 sectors to be specific, that the National Treasury did point to, that are very key areas that the injection of capital in this BPS will be able to help the economy grow and therefore be able to increase revenue in totality. But even as we look at those areas, I want to appreciate one of the members of the committee that did point to the committee, and therefore it has come up also in this report. Senator Boni Aluale did bring to the attention of the committee that while the National Treasury is looking at the 9 sectors, there are some sectors in the economy that we have today that are doing very well, that cannot be ignored in terms of actually proper budgeting and making sure that the money goes there. And one of those sectors is sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker. While we have seen a lot of focus on something like the rice industry, which again we are really supporting, the sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, affects a lot of counties that we hope that as a House we can be able to stress on the need to actually ensure that even as we pass this report on the monies that have been put in the agricultural budget, which I think has got one of the biggest allocations here that is projected, Mr. Speaker, that particular area of sugarcane can be able to have a bigger bite of the cherry, Mr. Speaker. Because sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate that the government of the day has tried in a number of ways. Some of them are a little bit, experimental, but some of them have been actually been able to work to the extent that the injection of capital in that industry, Mr. Speaker, is actually really, really needed. If you look at the Western Kenya where Senator Boni and myself happen to come from, that includes the Nyanza area, the people of Migori, the entire economy almost depend purely on Sony sugar. And it's very important that even as we look at the injection in the agricultural sector, this sugarcane industry does not lag behind in terms of proper consideration. So, and then, Mr. Speaker, another issue that I wanted to be able to highlight is the recognition that in the last 1 year, exchange rate in the country has actually led to a serious economic beating. Of course, during the time that we were able to consider this report, Mr. Speaker, we had a good bump with the response to the Eurobond, that was floated in just, I think, just the last 1 month. And we have been seeing a good number of appreciation of our currency going forward. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at how this BPS is structured, even when our chairman, perhaps, or the committee will be tabling the report on the midterm debt management strategy, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that there is excitement around the rebound of the Kenya shillings. But as a House, we must be able to interrogate whether this is a sustainable rebound of the Kenya shillings or whether there's some cautionary elements we can be able to put to ensure that we don't face the next shocks after passing this BPS, maybe in the next 3 to 4 to 5 months. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we must be able to interrogate what has led to the appreciation of the Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, in the last 1 month, and going forward into the next 6 months, be able to put any caution that can be able to make sure that our projections here are not just based on a spike, but an absolute economic strategy that will be able to ensure that we do not get into trouble with the BPS going forward. Alongside that, Mr. Speaker, is the question of fiscal consolidation, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an important area that we must focus on as a House. And fiscal consolidation, basically, Mr. Speaker, I think that most of the projects that are being done here, for instance, you know that last year when we were amending the PFM Act, Mr. Speaker, we did give the National Treasury a leeway to be able to use the ratio formula in terms of managing our debt strategy, such that we're not using the numerical value, Mr. Speaker, but instead looking at the debt to GDP ratio. And of course, there are different thoughts, that we add in the committee, and other economists also will have in different avenues. But I think that the middle ground perhaps is not to look at whether it is right to use the numerical value in terms of our debt management strategy or the ratio formula. But the quest that I would want to put before the House is that we be keen on inviting the Treasury, of course led by our committee, to be able to give us serious quarterly updates on how they are progressing in the BPS that they have been able to forward to this House, and also attached to the midterm debt management strategy, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to be able to address the issue of on-source revenue, Mr. Speaker. I know it wasn't spoken well to here, Mr. Speaker, but I think that given that we want to fight so strongly that at least the proposed figure by this particular committee stands, or maybe if it will force us to a mediation, we'll look at where we can be able to come to with the National Assembly, but a strong sense of focus on source revenue by counties, Mr. Speaker, is something that we need to articulate better. And I say this because, Mr. Speaker, I am beginning to realize, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of pending bills that has been put here, Mr. Speaker, is something that counties will struggle with if it is not coming out clearly as a first charge to them in the monies that we give them in the equitable shareable revenue. But more importantly, it will be better if that is integrated with the issue of the on-source revenue, so that the massive pending bills that we are seeing here, Mr. Speaker, can be able to be addressed at least at a current budget cycle formula. Because, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult for you to be able to pursue the idea that the National Treasury has projected some sectors that are going to be able to activate and stimulate the economy, when actually most of the pending bills that we are seeing in counties, Mr. Speaker, are pending bills that end up affecting the private sector in terms of suppliers that are actually actively involved in a day-to-day running of these economies. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is no need of projecting serious revenue growth based on those 9 sectors, and of course there are going to be 10 if we are able to include the sugarcane industry, that I hope will benefit the people of Migori and the people of Malinya, where the majority whip comes from. But Mr. Speaker, if you don't deal with the issue of pending bills to the extent that suppliers can be able to participate in our economy on a day-to-day basis, can be able to pay for their bills, can be able to continue these small and medium enterprising economies, Mr. Speaker, then the projected revenues that we are having here, Mr. Speaker, can never be attained, because there is no economic activity that can be able to happen at our counties. And that economic activity is supposed to happen in Turkana, in Migori, in Kakamega, in Vihiga, and all our counties. Is what on aggregate will be able to eventually lead to proper revenue increase in terms of ordinary revenue raise for the national government, and therefore also affecting the shareable revenue for the counties. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to laud my committee, although they say that you should not praise yourself as a mantra, but I think that I want to give it to colleague senators who are in the Committee of Finance for dedication that they have done. They say that, a lizard that fell out of an iroko tree that nobody praised it, said that at least I fell, but I did not break my back. I know that the committee has done a very good job, and I stand by this report, and I hope that the Senate will also look at those adventurous areas in terms of our role of oversight and accountability on the national treasury and the minister to make sure that this house is updated on a quarterly basis on how we are doing on this proposal. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I second with much gratitude. Thank you so much.
Now, honorable senators, before I propose the question, I have the following communication to make. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have 163 students from Kuru Girls High School in Kisumu County who are undertaking an education visit in the Senate. Honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, we have 38 students from the University of Nairobi in Nairobi County who are undertaking an education visit in the Senate. Honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Sifuna, to extend a warm welcome to both delegations.
Mr. Speaker, for the record and avoidance of doubt and to shame the devil, I did in fact attend the University of Nairobi for 4 years. For me, Mr. Speaker, you must protect me from the hecklers from lesser institutions so that I can be able to undertake the mandate you have given me of welcoming the students from the University of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact...
Order, honorable senators. Proceed to welcome the delegation.
Mr. Speaker, you can see very clearly those who went to school properly and those who did not. And, in the manner in which they are... Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sifuna,
yes.
Proceed to welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is quite the coincidence because about 20 years ago, I was standing at Graduation Square at the University of Nairobi, receiving my degree as a lawyer. And I went back to those grounds, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in those 20 years, just today, because there is a festival that is organized by the Center of Multi-Party Democracy called the People's Dialogue Festival. And I was quite emotional to go back to my alma mater. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students from the University of Nairobi that have paid us a courtesy call this afternoon, and also the other students who are also with us this afternoon. I want to take this opportunity to welcome them to the Senate. This indeed is a house of debate and a house of respectable men and women from time to time. You will encounter some of those. Mr. Speaker, I wish them a fruitful visit to the Senate. I wish that they will be able to learn something and to pick up whatever good they will be able to see from the Senate this afternoon. And we are hoping that we will grow generations of leaders. In fact, I have said that the University of Nairobi today, Mr. Speaker, that our responsibility as the current leadership in this country is to create a country that the young ones will be proud of and will not be lamenting the way that I heard Professor Ouma lamenting about the loss of nationhood and the proliferation of tribalism and other ills in our society. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fuller, kindly take your seat. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question, which is that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 budget policy statement laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 5th of March, 2024, and pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 186(8), the Senate approves the 2024 budget policy statement. What is your point of order, Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 111, that debate on the question on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 budget policy statement be limited to 4 minutes, Mr. Speaker, for each Senate while contributing. Reason is, Mr. Speaker, this report has a statutory deadline. Members will recall that we had to move an extension of 1 week, and we must vote on it today. Given that many senators will want to speak on the same, Mr. Speaker, I think the fair thing to do is to allow all of us to speak, but at a limited time. Therefore, I propose 4 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I propose I request the senator for Lamu to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Sifuna, you're out of order. Now, honorable senators, we need not debate that motion. But if you wish to debate, then I'll proceed to propose the question. However, if you allow, I may proceed to put the question so that we conclude this matter and go to the substance of the motion before us. Honorable senators, I will proceed to put the question. That pursuant to Standing Order 1111, debate on the motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 budget policy statement be limited to 4 minutes per senator contributing. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Senator Munyehaji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia ripoti ya kamati ya fedha na bajeti ya Senate kwa taarifa ya sera ya bajeti ya mwaka 2024-25. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia nijiunge na wewe pamoja na Senator Sifuna kuwakaribisha wanafunzi wa Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Nilipita chuo hicho miaka 34 iliyopita. Kwa hivyo hata mimi pia najivunia kwa mmoja wa waliosoma katika chuo hicho. Mheshimiwa Spika, ripoti hii ni muhimu sana kwa sababu inatoa mwongozo wa serikali kuhusiana na masuala ya bajeti katika mwaka ambao utaanza Julai mwaka huu na kuisha Juni mwaka ujao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kwanza kuipongeza kamati kwa kuweza kuchambua sera hii na kuona kwamba yako mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo yameangaziwa hapa, ambao mambo yale yanaathiri zaidi kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kwanza ni kwamba kumekuwa na malumbukizi ya pending bills, yani madeni yanayodaiwa serikali kuu na vile vile pia serikali za kaunti. Mheshimiwa Spika, madeni haya yanaathiri sana wawekezaji wa kibinafsi ambao wanafanya kazi au wanafanya biashara na kaunti zetu na vile vile pia kufanya biashara na serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa serikali hailipi kwa wakati, ikiwa kaunti zetu hazilipi kwa wakati, ina maana kwamba wawekezaji wale wataingia katika madeni na kupoteza rasilimali zao na vile vile pia kupoteza mtaji ambao ni muhimu kuendesha uchumi wa nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la pili ni kuwa kuna swala la kuajiri kwa wafanyaji kazi wa afya 20,000. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua kwamba afya ni moja katika huduma ambazo zimegatuliwa. Kwa nini serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, inaajiri wafanyaji kazi 20,000? Serikali kuu inaajiri wafanyaji kazi 20,000 wakati kila kaunti, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina nafasi ya kuajiri watu hawa, na zile pesa ambazo zimebakia kwa serikali kuu ambazo zingepaswa kushuka katika kaunti zetu haziwezi kushuka. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la tatu ni kwamba serikali ilikuwa imependekeza bilioni 391 ziende katika kaunti zetu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia ni kuwa hii ingekuwa ni asilimia ndogo sana ya pesa ambazo zinapelekwa katika kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kwamba gharama zimepanda katika utendakazi ama huduma ambazo zinatolewa katika kaunti zetu. Tukiangalia mishahara pekee yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, imeongezeka kwa sababu kumeongezeka kodi kadhaa ambazo zimeathiri mishahara. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kusema hivyo ni kuwa ile ongezeko la 1.5% ambayo kwenye ile iliyotolewa mwaka uliopita, yani bilioni 385.425, ingekuwa imeongezeka kwa 1.5% peke yake. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, nakubaliana na kamati kwamba fedha ziongezwe kufikia bilioni 415 kwa uchache. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala jingine ambalo ningelichangia pia ni kuhusiana na ile inaitwa contribution in lieu of rates. Kuna baadhi ya miji kaunti kama vile Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa ambazo zilikuwa zinakusanya kodi ya viwanja, yani rates, kabla ya kuja kwa ugatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti hizi zilikuwa zinalipwa ile inaitwa contribution in.
Senator, your time is up. Senator Aaron Cheriot, you've limited debate. You've just passed a motion to limit debate, Senator Faki.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised because Senator Faki was very loud in passing the 4 minutes. And I wonder why. Mr. Speaker, I want to be extremely brief because this is a very straightforward matter, budget and policy statement, and there is a history to why I really want us as a House to pass this report. Because on many occasions over the years, the National Treasury has continued to come back to us months later and say, we received your reports late after the statutory timeline, therefore it was impossible for us to consider whatever recommendations you had prepared for us. Therefore today, being the last day, I'd wish to request, Mr. Speaker, that upon the completion of this debate, that members actually do stick in the House so that we can vote and send our recommendations to the Treasury. There are very important policy recommendations that are in this report, Mr. Speaker, but there is only one that is of extreme interest to me, and we must reason together as a House. Mr. Speaker, it's on the issue of fiscal deficit. If you read recommendation on financial implications, recommendation C, there is a proposal, Mr. Speaker, from the committee that fiscal deficit for 2024-2025 be binding at 703.9 billion, which is 3.9% of the GDP. Mr. Speaker, it has been described elsewhere that insanity is actually trying to do the same things over and over again while expecting different results each time. We have done this many times before. Considered budget and policy statement, set a fiscal deficit as a certain percentage, yet we know that these figures are continually breached by our colleagues in the National Assembly who pass further supplementary budgets to this, and of course the National Treasury, Mr. Speaker. I strongly feel, Mr. Speaker, that it is only the Senate that can rescue the people of Kenya from this continuous mismanagement of our economy, Mr. Speaker. It is until the Budget and Finance Committee proposes an amendment to PFM regulations, Mr. Speaker, such that we will limit the powers of both the National Assembly and the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this practice has permeated even our counties. Many governors continue to budget with revenues that are high in the sky, Mr. Speaker, only with the sole interest, Mr. Speaker, of issuing tenders and eventually end up with huge pending bills that cannot be budgeted and met, Mr. Speaker. The same is being witnessed in our National Treasury, Mr. Speaker. So, unless we do an amendment, Mr. Speaker, such that we know, number one, the revenues that are being projected, it is known to all and sundry that it is near to impossible that in the next financial year, GOK will collect 3.4 trillion as is being projected. So already, even that calculation of 3.9% is on a projected revenue, something that we know is unattainable, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, until we move an amendment and propose to the nation, Mr. Speaker, that in doing our revenue projections, we cannot over-project, Mr. Speaker, over and beyond the projected revenue growth by percentage of the GDP, Mr. Speaker, such that if you're calculating the fiscal deficit, Mr. Speaker, then you maintain it within realms of reality, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, it's going to be business as usual. We are going to continue wallowing in this dismal performance situation, Mr. Speaker, with our debt problems, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to encourage the Committee on Budget and Finance, move us with an amendment so that we guide the country in the proper direction with regards to this very sticky issue of the fiscal deficit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was reading this report, I was very curious to know, to hear from the Commission on Revenue Allocation, the Constitutional Commission that is supposed to make recommendations to this House under Article 216 on the basis of a sharing of revenue between the two levels of government. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that in the last financial year, the CRA actually recommended that counties should receive 407 billion shillings. And if indeed, as captured in this report, we have seen 6% growth and everything that has changed, including the rise of the total figure of the budget, what is the rationale then for the CRA to then recommend a lower amount than what they recommended last year? Number two, Mr. Speaker, there are some very telling observations by the committee in this particular report. And I want to start with the observation at page 27 of the committee's report, Mr. Speaker. At page 27 in paragraph 54, you will see that the National Treasury itself was telling our committee that ordinary revenue collection has experienced shortfalls since July 2023. Now, you have to ask yourself, here with me, Mr. Speaker, a report from the Central Bank. You know, I learned from the last two sessions. And this year, there's a song that says, ni mwaka wa kufosi. The point of order gang are going to have a problem because we are going to come to this floor armed. Mr. Speaker, this is a market perception survey by the Central Bank of Kenya of January 2023. And if you go through it, Mr. Speaker, some of the most damning findings are all citing, these are a survey of industry players, employers, and so on and so forth. And I want to begin at page 7 of that report, Mr. Speaker. Out of this survey by the CBK, 46% of employers in this country were saying they won't, definitely will not, or probably will not retain the workforce that they have at the moment. Because, and again, Mr. Speaker, I cite this report of concerns on high cost of living and the weaker shilling. This question of high cost of living is replicated throughout this report, Mr. Speaker. And this is why when we have these conversations about taxation, I am hoping that my colleagues will accept that, in fact, it has a negative effect on the overall performance of the economy. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I have seen a recommendation or an observation at page 10 of the report regarding pending bills, that they are now so high, they are at 5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, if we do not do something as a House, in line with the recommendation that was brought by Senator Osotsi and his committee, on making sure that if there is any money that is sent to the counties, it has to be ring-fenced, a section of it has to be ring-fenced for payment of pending bills. In Nairobi, we are over 100 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, owed by the county government to suppliers across the county. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying I support this proposal by our own committee that, in fact, the shareable revenue to the counties this year should be 415 billion. And I'm hoping, Senator Roba, this time around your committee will not run away from your own recommendations the way you did last year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of this committee, and therefore the chairman has spoken for all of us. But two salient points that I would like to speak to. Mr. Speaker, the first one is the advice that we are giving the House arising from our industry, which has been thorough, that we should adopt the figure of 415 billion .9522. This figure has been informed by wide consultations, Mr. Speaker, and we are aware that the figure deviates from the wish of the National Treasury, which wanted or preferred a figure of 391.1 billion. It moves away from the proposal by the Council of Governors of 439 billion. Mr. Speaker, why I would like this House to move and adopt the proposal by the committee is that this committee is very critical the number of hours we have put in, Mr. Speaker, the honesty, the science that we have put in, we would like the committee to stand behind us. If for anything else, but for the fact that I suspect in the National Assembly, the National Assembly is going to agree to the figure of 391.1 by the National Treasury. So I foresee going forward, we are going to differ as two houses on this figure. And as we differ, let us defend our figure. We are not supporting the National Treasury the way we did last time, because at that time, there was the issue of public debt, which fortunately the government, through our party leader and His Excellency the President, has said that they are now managing the issue of public debt. My second and last point, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of on-source revenue. Colleagues, we should go back to our counties. The real center of abuse of office through corruption is how this on-source revenue is managed by governors. Let me give you an example. The economy of Kakamega is very close to the economy of Bungoma. But Bungoma then tells us that on-source revenue, last year, they collected 379 billion. And Kakamega, which is very close, million, 379 million shillings. And Kakamega, which is very close in more or less everything, collected 1.3 billion. Billion. Something is wrong. You know Meru. Meru is cheating us that they collected 418 million shillings only. Really? Meru? That Meru is close to Bungoma. That is not true. Meru is very rich. Factor in Mara, factor in all the good things you know about Meru. There's a lot of theft going on. And the worst theft, Mr. Speaker, is from Nairobi. They collected only 10 billion. 10 billion.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to, from the onset, to say I support this report by the Finance and Budget Committee on the budget policy statement. Just want to point out a few things, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of county allocation. I want to agree with the Committee of Finance that the figure proposed by CRA of 391.1 billion is too low, and it doesn't take into account the growth in the economy, and therefore asking for 415.9 is not asking for much, because it's just 6.4% of the revenue growth. So we look forward to the members of the National Assembly supporting this proposal when we get to the point of division of revenue. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the only institution that has the powers to make the final decision on the division of revenue is the Senate. I sat in some function this weekend, and I had a commissioner of CRA telling people that we are going to give counties 391 billion. And I wondered, when did the CRA have powers to give money to the counties? They only recommend, and the Senate is there to decide. So we will decide, and will be guided by this proposal by the Finance Committee of 415 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, while talking about the allocation to the counties, we know that the allocation of this money is based on the latest approved audited reports. Mr. Speaker, the report that is being considered is a report for the financial year 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem because the amount of money being considered is 1.57 trillion shillings. And yet, the latest incomes are at 2.9 trillion shillings, which means there is a loss there. That means the National Assembly is sleeping on the job. And I think we need to change the law so that us who deal with counties, we go by the audited reports for the counties. Because counties are losing out revenue or allocation because of unnecessary delays by the National Assembly to approve the audited reports. Mr. Speaker, I have also seen a recommendation on mineral royalties of about 1 billion shillings. And I want to say that in the last report, I was disappointed that the counties in the western region, including my own county, Kakamega County, where people mine gold, did not get even a single cent of the mineral royalties. So we would like to know which criteria is being used to allocate mineral royalties to counties. The issue of the industrial park, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad they have put 4.5 billion shillings for the 18 counties that did not get, and I hope this time it will be possible.
Senator Katuri Mrungi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me also this opportunity to also give my input on this budget, this proposal. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to one area which is known as pending bills, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pending bills, according to this report, contribute up to 5% of GDP, Mr. Speaker. When we have these pending bills, it means, Mr. Speaker, that there is no liquidity in the private sector. And also those who have done that business, there is no profitability at all. So, Mr. Speaker, if you walk around this country nowadays, completely businesses are down. And this is caused by this type of pending bills, Mr. Speaker. In other counties, Mr. Speaker, you know, like Meru County, for example, during the last financial year, the budget that was set there for roads, Mr. Speaker, almost 501 million, the county government of Meru decided to take that back to a program called MTF, Mechanical Transport Fund. So all that money was given back to the Ministry of Transport so that they can use their machines to do the roads in Meru. What does that tell you, Mr. Speaker? That tells you that in Meru, anybody with a grinder or a tipper or a shovel is not doing business. All the people employed by these business people, they are not doing any business. If you drive from light away from a place called Ikeri in Meru, trucks are parked beside the road up to Meltown and up to Maua, Mr. Speaker. Simply because there is no business for these contractors doing business in this county, Mr. Speaker. Another point that is so interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the own source revenue. And honorable senators, the courts have agreed with us that we really need to also oversight their own source revenue that is generated by the counties. So from this financial, let us go down to these counties and let us get the facts and the comparable figures, Mr. Speaker. Because sometimes in Meru County, the revenue was almost 800 million. Nowadays, they hardly even get 400 million, Mr. Speaker. Even I don't know where this Honorable Senator Karwale got the 400 million from Meru. Last year was 380 million. And during their budget, they proposed the proposed budget, they did their budget with 800 projection of 860 million, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy today that Senator Mboni Karwale has agreed with me that Meru has a problem. for almost 2 years. He did not see that problem, Mr. Speaker. But today, I'm happy that he has agreed with me that Meru has a problem, that Meru is not generating income, that the people are cheating with these figures. So, Honorable Karwale, today I'll see you in the evening, and I think I will take you out today, because now we are on the same wavelength. Honorable Karwale, let us really protect the devolution. I'm happy that moving forward now, almost all the senators are agreeing with all of us that we have problems in our counties, including the passionate contribution by the senator for Nakuru last week, that Nakuru has problems. We agreed with that. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to supporting this report by the Finance Committee. And let me put it this way. I've been in this Senate now for almost 7 years, and I'm so impressed with the work that Captain Ali Roba and Eddie Gisheru and Tabitha, among other, and yeah, I don't know whether you're in that committee or not, among all the other members of the Finance Committee are doing. Mr. Speaker, it is a crisis in this country. And this is at the point where I'm now going to propose that this House, and I will bring a motion, so that we move a motion to be able to ensure that all county governments pay their pending bills before the end of this financial year. Mr. Speaker, 5% of our GDP is spending bills. That is an indication of a failed economy. And that is the reason why it becomes even difficult for even Treasury to propose any increment. You know, the law requires that pending bills to become the first charge on the account. But these county governors have been ignoring that. Mr. Speaker, when reading that report, it is very sad that the proposed increment to county government is not even, is not even going to be able to support the payroll of county governments. I hope that we can bring in an amendment to increase it to the 6.4%, which is the bare minimum to allow these counties to function. Mr. Speaker, the challenge we have is that we know where people are breaking the law, we know where the county governments are diverting the money, but we don't have the guts to say enough is enough. I want to beseech you, because of the time, that as we support this, can we at least increase the money to the proposal of the committee to around 415 billion? If you increase it by 1.5%, what exactly are you doing? We are stagnating the economic growth. And the first thing that will help us to be able to make some progress, if we allow to move as a resolution of this House, that all pending bills must be paid before the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you have pending bills, and that is what I'm going to focus on, you have a stagnating economy, a stalled economy. Look at what is happening across the country, Mr. Speaker. There is mushrooming a lot of elephant projects which are not complete. They cannot be completed. It is about time that we become diligent. The Treasury has recommended 9 value chains. Why leave out sugarcane? I want to beseech the Finance Committee to bring in an amendment so that we add sugarcane as the 10th value chain, so that we grow with everybody in this economy. This challenge we have, or even reducing it to 4 minutes, it's a crisis, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, because I know my time will end, MES, the time for MES has lapsed. Why don't we bring an amendment so that we can increase, maybe introduce another 5.86 billion, so that we can bring an alternative to the MES? So, Mr. Speaker, the only way that we are going to really grow this economy is if we take all sectors. We support each and every sector. You know, the work that has been done by this committee is important. But like my colleague has said before, I hope that the time when we will be, at the time when we will be now voting for the division of revenue, people will not run away from their recommendations.
What is your point of order, Vice Chair? Budget. Senator Mutinda. Okay, let's go to Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. Let me say that I also like to support this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the onset, let me also start by commending the committee for the good work that they have done. Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot has been said about increasing revenue to the county government. I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we must go beyond increasing revenue to the counties. We must also ensure that we put in place sound monitoring systems, sound financial systems that can lead the governors and the expenditure of the county can be followed. Mr. Speaker, sir, living at the age where we have intelligent applications, financial applications, it is unfortunate that pending bills have crippled some of the economies. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the onset, that I am very happy to come from a county that has 0 pending bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important, and indeed, we must all realize as senators that all the business that is done in the county governments are done by Kenyans. When we have millions and billions of shillings as pending bills for jobs that were done, and the most unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of the pending bills have been put by people so that they can be able to armstreet the traders so that they can make money from them. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are living at an age where we should not allow blackmail of people who sincerely do business in this country. It is time that we call it the way it is supposed to be called. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know most of the counties that have changed governors over time. They twist the traders from the previous regime. They refuse to pay them. They require them to give a lot of money that the traders are not able to. This we must, as a House, protect. And the only way to do that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to insist that pending bill must become, as is anchored in the law, the first charge. If the failure to which, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are not only killing a lot of businesses, we are also ruining many families, Mr. Speaker, sir, and killing the morale of many would-be investors, and especially youth, women, and people living with disabilities who have trended with the county governments. They are not able to access money. As I wind up, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us also look at the implementation of the projects that are being done by the national government, by the county government. Why? In some places, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a lot of duplication which leads to theft of public funds. Calling it the way it is, Mr. Speaker, it is a high time this Senate used the tools that have been given to them, as limited as it is, to ensure that we enhance oversight and indeed ensure that devolution works. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Thank you. Next is Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am actually very happy to stand here and discuss this issue. First of all, I would like to thank my chair, Honorable Ali Roba, who was actually in our committee, Mr. Speaker, has been behaving like our father. His experience has helped because he has served as a governor before, so there were certain issues that he would bring forth to us. Mr. Speaker, I know there isn't a lot of time for me to say many things, so I'm going to be very, very short. Number one, I support and agree with my colleagues that the amount of money that we are actually asking for as members of the County Assembly, members who have been, members of the National Assembly or the Senate who've been in this committee, and indeed all our colleagues, I support that we should stick at the figure of 415. That is not too much to ask. That is what our responsibility is. And I would like to say that I think that is expected of us. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the key officers and indeed government people, the government team that we were engaged in, I would like to thank my teacher, Professor Ndungu, who constantly has been coming to our committees, and even when we try and push him, he tries to explain. I hope he will change his heart and talk to the president that actually sometimes some of these things are a win-win, Mr. Speaker. If we get the 414 billion, for me, I will see it as a bipartisan agreement on how we can move forward. My colleagues have discussed various issues. I'm just going to pick up one or two. Number one, the National Assembly is using the 2020-2021 financial year's audited reports for us to have this figure that is being given. Mr. Speaker, since then, if you realize collectible revenue has increased, the expectation is that actually our revenue is going to be at about 3.9 trillion. That is quite a substantive amount of money. Why can't we just increase the amount of money that we're giving the counties by 10%? Simple logic, it makes sense, and it will make sure that our counties will operate fully, for the reason that this amount of money we take will handle, like I saw my colleague say, the issues of wage bills. It will take care of the factor of inflation and many other issues that are bedeviling the counties. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that, yeah, my colleagues have raised it. I have raised it severally. Let us sort out the issue of pending bills in our county governments. Some of our counties actually have, in the CRF account, they have money which can be cascaded down to people who have been working in our counties and who have not been paid. The ones who had increased the amounts fraudulently or otherwise, I believe the government should take care of this. But people who genuinely worked and genuinely delivered, let them be paid so that then our country can move forward. Mr. Speaker, because we don't have time, I want to say thank you so much, and I want to recommend to my colleagues to actually read this report, because it has very, very substantial material and information that will help the country move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Next is Senator Commissioner Joyce Chepkoech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to commend the wonderful job that has been done by the Finance Committee, led by the Chair, Honorable Ali Roba, and our Lady Honorable Mutinda. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that indeed the report has captured a number of issues, and I want to really talk about the county governments, Honorable Speaker, the ceiling that has been given to the county, the proposed for the county government, that is the 391 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, which translates to around 13%, Honorable Speaker, far much below from the actual ceilings that is within the constitution of 15%, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, it is upon this House to make sure that things work the right way, and I want to say that despite the fact that the Senate is in charge of making sure that devolution works, it is also this House that should put the governors to their toes in terms of the oversight, Honorable Speaker, because there are a number of issues that are being witnessed, especially the issues of the pending bills, which is really affecting a number of counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the majority leader talked about the changes or the amendments that are supposed to be done to the BFM Act, Honorable Speaker. I want to really emphasize on this, that this House should up the game on this amendment, Honorable Speaker, to an extent that the government, the county governments should be able to observe the BFM Act in terms of operation, Honorable Speaker. You find nowadays, Honorable Speaker, a number of counties doesn't observe the percentage that is given to development and the percentage that is given to the recurrent, to an extent that despite the fact that the senators are fighting for the resources to be sent to the counties, they don't adhere to it, Honorable Speaker, or they don't prudently use the resources, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is the transfers functions that I want to say the issues of that has been transferred, for example, the issues of the libraries, the 33 libraries which are supposed to be constructed in the 33 counties. Honorable Speaker, I want also to say that once we transfer these, the functions should, the money should follow the function, Honorable Speaker. And in that the sense, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge that as we fight for this, let's also make sure that we give them the resources to be able to operate. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce. Next is Senator Agnes Kavidu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support and congratulate the chairperson of this committee and his vice, Mutinda. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with them that the counties should get the 4.15 9522 billion without being deducted a penny, because even if this was done with the current money that is there in the national government, it could have been more than this. The 15% could be more than this. So this should not be reduced anything, and we plead and beg the National Assembly to agree with us and know that we are the defenders of the devolutions, and they should not tamper with this again the way they did last time. And I should also request the Senate also, especially the majority side, to support fully each one of you, because if we keep on reducing these monies from the counties, then our counties will not develop the way it's supposed to be. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the pending bills are just too much in most of the counties. In Machakos, we are talking of pending bills of almost 3 billion. The former governor left pending bills of 2.80 with a lot of stored projects, Mr. Speaker. And so I support that the pending bills should be dealt with and cleared immediately so that the counties can move forward, and the people who did the work and have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, majority of these people, even some of them died, because they take loans, bank loans, and they are auctioned by banks because the counties have not paid them. Mr. Speaker, we should, the committee, I hope Bwana Roba, Senator Roba, you can listen so that you can pick what we are saying. I'm saying if you can do something about the pending bills, that we will make sure that the counties pay the pending bills immediately they receive their monies. And another challenge that the counties are facing is the exchequer. They don't release monies to the counties in time. We are suffering in counties because the monies to the counties are not released in time. So I also ask the Treasury to make sure that they release the monies to the counties in good time so that the governors will be able to work and do what they are supposed to do in good time. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate this committee and say that they've done a good job, and continue with it and keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Medu, you know I'm confused because you have placed both the request to speak and intervention. You need some tutorials on how to use those buttons, those two buttons. But before I give you, just Senator Chalagay can give you some. Then we have Senator Keloche Tabitha.
Before he knows. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity also to support the report by the Finance and Budget Committee, which I'm also a member, and I want to take this opportunity also to congratulate our chair and all the members that have done and the vice chair that have my namesake, that have done a very nice job. I want to echo my senator, the senators that have spoken before me, especially when it comes to the own source revenue collection. I would wish the senators to ensure that we push in all the counties to ensure that automated systems are put on collecting this own source revenue to ensure that we control the theft and the corruption that is being witnessed on a day-to-day in our counties. I think Nakuru broke the record. It dropped from 3.6 billion to 1.6 billion. What would you explain that? That is pure corruption. And I'm very sure people put that money in their pockets. And our MCAs had no shame to go around the county saying that the control of budget had made the mistake. The other day I saw them calling for public substation because now they had to cut the projects or the development that they had already projected. So I think it's a high time all of us ensured and pushed to ensure that all the counties put this automated system to ensure that collection of the money, it is pure, and I can tell you if these are put, this money will be enough even to support the national government. When we talk of the taxes, because we keep on talking of the taxes, the business people feel they are left out. So it's a high time now we ensure that our government ensures that the ease of doing business in our country is happening. Because it's not about the taxation. I think the issue is on the ease of doing business. And that is what people are suffering from. Every day industries are being closed. I think you saw yesterday the headline, Nakuru, for the last 10 years, we've been closing industries. And I'm worried if we continue this way, we'll continue closing. So the collection of taxes will not be neither here nor there. It will be our industries alive. Are we able to sustain the manufacturing of the businesses in this country? Are we going to ensure that we ease the ease of doing our businesses in this country to attract the local and the foreign investors, so that when it comes to taxation, it's not a point there or a problem there. It is how do we ensure that doing business in this country, it is favorable, it is affordable, and it is easy, and is attractive. Rather than it is make it harder. That's why people keep on talking taxation. It's not about the taxation, it's on how we use the business. Like now, I was just looking at my phone, and I saw that to fight the illicit brews is to ensure we remove the 250 ml, we put it to 750 ml. What science is that? Which science can we say that we are applying that? Then I've seen that there is, they've closed the second generation and they have remained the first generation. When you see the explanation of second generation and first generation, that you can extract ethanol from that non-crop, that's science anyway. I know the senators may not understand, but ethanol comes from the crop, from the food crop, whatever. That's sugarcane, the fruits that of this world. So I don't understand where we can get ethanol that is not coming from a crop. So here is about the illicit, non-compliance companies that are operating on a day-to-day, affecting the compliance ones. So it's to ensure the compliance is done, rather than it is now talking of the packaging, the second generation, the first generation. So we confuse the whole business. So it's how do we ease?
Next is Senator John Medhu Muya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to come and support this report. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, I think I want to round the Senator Dr. Captain Ari Roba Red Committee for a job well done. For the two sessions, or for the longest time since he became chairman of this committee, he has been a very dedicated chairman. I meet him at the liaison committee, and I can see and I know, and based on what they have given us in the report, it tells you that they have done some very, very commendable work. Honorable Speaker, Article 96 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, one of our very major roles, and is what we've been speaking since morning, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that we protect counties and ensure that we push as much resources as we can to the devolved units, Honorable Speaker. So I am very in support of the proposal of the committee to send 415 billion up from the current 384 billion, Honorable Speaker, which will be a significant addition, Honorable Speaker, which also commensurates to the kind of transfer of services that we've been speaking about. It is in the policy proposals and recommendations that have been posed by the committee, Honorable Speaker. It puzzles me, Honorable Speaker, that the Commission on Revenue Allocation this time proposed a lower allocation to the county governments that they had proposed in the previous financial year, Honorable Speaker. I do not understand the logic, I don't understand the science, I don't understand the basis under which they used to calculate and see that with a bigger budget now, the counties deserve a 394 billion as their share of the allocation, Honorable Speaker. And in a smaller budget, the last financial year, they had recommended 407 billion, Honorable Speaker, for the county governments. If you read the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Article 216, on the functions of the Commission on the, Revenue Allocation, their recommendations look like the umpire between the national government and the county government, Honorable Speaker. So it beats logic that they can propose in a smaller budget 407, in a bigger budget 394, Honorable Speaker. So I support the committee in pushing 415 billion, Honorable Speaker. Quickly going to the policy recommendation by the committee, Honorable Speaker, there is something that I have really liked, and it's something that is very commendable that has come out of this report by the Senator Roba Committee, which is the National Treasury in collaboration with the COG should fast-track development of the integrated county revenue management system, Honorable Speaker. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Speaker, and from the report that has been given by the Control of Budget, it puzzles most of us who are members of that committee that some counties are doing so well in own source collection of revenue, Honorable Speaker. Some counties have grown their revenue up to 2 times from where they found the collection of own source revenue, Honorable Speaker. But for some other counties, their own source revenue is shrinking, Honorable Speaker. It is out of this then that this integrated county revenue management system should be able to bring some uniformity in terms of growth, in terms of ensuring that we have the right systems, Honorable Speaker, to be able to support our county governments, even as we push 415 billion from the recommendation of Treasury, recommendations of CRA, recommendation of the Control of Budget, Honorable Speaker. The counties can be able to make far much more, Honorable Speaker, by ensuring that they can be able to get and ensure they seal all the loopholes, they seal all the leakages, Honorable Speaker, so that they can be able to take care of growing their own source revenue. With that, Honorable Speaker, I hereby support this report.
Thank you. Senator Gloria Magoma, Oloba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this report, Mr. Speaker. I want to also say that as we are sitting here in Senate and we must fiercely defend devolution and fight for more resources to go to the county, Mr. Speaker, we should also, in that same manner, be able to demand for accountability of those resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there are some counties, from time immemorial, they have been getting resources. When it comes to the funds that are dedicated to marginalized counties, they get more resources. But Mr. Speaker, they cannot account for it. Mr. Speaker, a county like Wajir, Mr. Speaker, protect me from Senator Methu. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in the same way that we are fiercely defending, and we must fight and continue to fight. In fact, this should move from 391 billion to even 500, Mr. Speaker. But to whom much is given, a lot more is expected, Mr. Speaker. When I look at the on-source revenue collection from some of these counties, Mr. Speaker, Wajir, Tana River, Mandera, Marsabit, these are counties that are getting a lot of resources, Mr. Speaker, for development. And they are supposed to improve on the economic activities. But over the years, we are not actually auditing what is being done in these counties, Mr. Speaker. So we are fighting for resources to go to counties, but we are the same people who are oversighting these counties. So therefore, we should also be able to go down and interrogate and find out why is it that Wajir County, for instance, is only collecting 46 million on source revenue. And you know, year in, year out, we are actually pumping in money there for a lot of things, and we don't know whether it is leading to development in terms of economic activities. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the Kenya Kwanza government, because, you know, we have even themed this budgeting to be able to sustain the bottom-up economic agenda, Mr. Speaker. You should know that this is a government that is intentional. From the time we made promises on when we were campaigning, down to a budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker. That is something to congratulate this government, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I want to say this. On the issue of pending bills, we need to fiercely legislate on this issue, Mr. Speaker. There are counties, and my desk mate here from Embu can attest to this. There are counties that do not have all the resources come in, and if they have to deal with the pending bills, honestly, they are not going to do any kind of economic activity, any kind of development, Mr. Speaker. Counties like Kisii County, where I come from, if you look at the audited reports of the pending bills, it is insane, Mr. Speaker. So at one point, whether we like it or not, we must legislate on the issue of pending bills, and we have to be able to get a law that controls it, such that the governor that is in office cannot just be putting out tenders and all sorts of things, knowing that they are going to leave a huge amount of pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the committee on a job well done. And Mr. Speaker, I want us as senators to also go out there and sensitize Kenyans on this budget policy statement, so that Kenyans can also be able to understand why, for instance, we have to pay taxes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Next is Senator Ezena, the Maritian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise also to commend the committee chaired by Senator Captain, His Excellency Dr. Ali Roba. And yes, soon. Mr. Speaker, I come with a few recommendations in conjunction with the youth of Kenya. I met about 4 groups of young people in this country from different organizations 2 days ago. And alongside with my proposals for the budget statement, I would like to note that on the health sector, mental health has been completely ignored to some good degree. Mr. Speaker, the amount ought to be spent on mental health in Kenya is 250 Kenya shillings per capita, according to the World Health Organization. But unfortunately, shamefully, we are only spending like 15 cents. Mr. Speaker, and the NHIF is also not very comprehensive as an insurance cover, while the private insurance policies are also discriminatory. In that regard, I would like to recommend that we have increased funding for mental health care professionals to reach psychologist-patient ratio of 1 to 15,000 against the current 1 to 4.6 million. And incorporate mental health modules in the competency-based curricula to address the alarming rates of suicidal behavior among adolescents. Secondly, I would wish to see the establishment of a functional referral county and mental health units in all the 47 counties and across the country, and integrate mental health services into primary health with the provision of comprehensive coverage of outpatient and inpatient care package by the Social Health Insurance Fund. Thirdly, set up a mental health fund for key vulnerable groups that are exposed to the burden of mental health with a focus on the security and discipline forces, veterans, new mothers, gender-based violence recoveries, post-traumatic stress disorder survivors, youth, elderly, and prisoners. Mr. Speaker, these recommendations will incorporate with the Mental Health Policy Act of 2021-2025, give a roadmap for securing reforms and building strong mental health systems with the ultimate goal of attaining the highest standard of mental health in Kenya. I take a particular note, Mr. Speaker, as the youth representative in this House, that we have at least about 65 cases of murder and 57 cases of suicide recovered in 2021 within the police service alone, according to the National Police Service. I can only imagine what the number will be in other sectors and across the country. Mr. Speaker, I also have a few recommendations on environment and climate change. One, at least I'm so happy that we have a tree planting initiative by the executive, which I undertook to do during the Christmas holidays. One.
Your time is up, Senator. Next, we have Senator Mudigi Alexander.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa ruhusa niweze kuchangia. Naunga mkono kamati ya fedha katika Senate kwa kazi nzuri imefanya ndio iweze kuangalia vile counting government zile ziko 47 ile kazi watakuwa akifanya. Ni vizuri kwa sababu mwaka uliopita ile pesa walikuwa wamepatiwa haikuweza kufanya kazi ile ingetakuwa kuwa katika masinani, na pia naunga mkono kwa hii pesa wameongezea bilioni 40, hata ingawa hata hizo asitosi wangeongezea bilioni 50 ndio iwe bilioni 425 kama vile mwaka jana maseneta magavana walikuwa wanahitaji hizo pesa, kwa sababu tukiangalia sisi maseneta kazi yetu ni kupigania devolution, vile magavana wanafaa wafanye kazi. Na ninashtuka sana kule masinani ile pesa nyingi serikali inapatia MPs, na wakiaulizwa ile kazi wanafanya haionekani. Kazi yao ni kung'ang'ana na kupigana na kuchangia vile governor wafanyi kazi. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema kama ukiangalia kama Embu County mwaka jana ile pesa tulikuwa napatiwa haikuweza kutosha kwa sababu ya kitu inaitwa pending bill. Unakuta kila mwezi ule governor aliyoko anaitwa governor sisi pesa ya wage bill unakuta kila mwezi analipa milioni 250. Hizo kwa miezi 4 kama tumempatia zile pesa na miezi 4 unakuta bilioni 1 imeenda kulipa misahara, inambakia na bilioni kama 1, na hizo bilioni kama 1 unakuta kwa zile pending bill ilikuwa ni bilioni 2,200,000, na pia kwa banki kulikuwa na pia na deni ya milioni 500, na pia akang'ang'ana na amelipa milioni 600. Kwa hivyo kwa miezi 4 alikuwa amembakisha shilingi milioni 400, na pia kuna kazi zile zingine za ofisi. Unakuta mpaka raia wanaingilia wanaona katika Embu County na ile governor anakuwa ameng'ang'ana, hakuna kazi inaonekana amefanya ambaye inatakiwa ile pesa tumpatia percentage kama 30 iende kwa pande ya mijengo. Unakuta kaunti nyingi tunajaribu, magavana wengi wamejaribu kufanya kazi lakini hakuna kitu wanafanya. Kwa hiyo naunga mkono magavana waweze kuongezewa pesa. Ile kitu muhimu ni sisi maseneta tuungane pamoja, tuwe kama as a team, tuwe tukienda kwa counties kuona vile watu wanafanya kazi. Kama ukiangalia kama mimi ni vice chairperson wa agriculture, unakuta mambo ya agriculture kilimo 100% kwa Senate, na pia kwa masinani unakuta hata pesa ya kilimo imepunguzwa, na saa hiyo tunataka kilimo ni wale wanalima wause mazao yao na njia ile inafaa, na pia wapatiwe maji na vitu zingine. Unakuta hakuna mambo ya pesa ya kuongezea ile wataandika wale watu watakuwa wanafunza wakulima mambo ya kilimo. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, mimi nikiwa Senator wa Embu County naunga mkono, na pia mambo ya pending bill na wage bill, mpaka wale watu wanaangalia mambo ya pesa waangalie vile county kama Embu sinafanya kazi. Mambo ya ajabu mpaka iangalie kuna county zingine zimepatiwa pesa lakini hakuna kazi wamefanya. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono kwa hii pesa wapatiwe bilioni 415 ama bilioni 425. Asante Bwana Spika.
Asante Senator Mudigi. Na inaonekana Senator Mudigi ako na bank statement ya Embu County yote kabisa. Kwa hivyo nashukuru wewe unamulika mpaka hesabu kwa bank. Next is Senator William Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator William Kisang, I said Senator William Cheptumo.
Yes, it is me.
And also to distinguish Cheptumo Kipkolil.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think it is now clear it is me. Mr. Speaker, I also arise to support this motion, and I want to really appreciate the work done by the committee, led by Senator Roba and the Vice Chair Mutinda. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise about 3 issues. One is about the proposed increment of the shareable revenue in the 2024-2025 financial year, raising from 385 currently to 415 billion. Mr. Speaker, I come from Baringo County. Currently, Baringo receives about 6.7 billion. And Mr. Speaker, when you apply this amount on recurring expenditure, the county, Mr. Speaker, remains with very minimal amount. And Mr. Speaker, I think for us to succeed in devolution, I would still look forward in future, Mr. Speaker, that this figure should be increased. Mr. Speaker, there has been some nominal increment on these figures. But Mr. Speaker, certain counties which are disadvantaged, Mr. Speaker, receive small amounts. So that, Mr. Speaker, in places like Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and other counties, Mr. Speaker, where they receive an amount that is not able to increase their development. We have a lot of issues in those counties, like security, like roads which are not done, and so on, Mr. Speaker. So I propose, and I really want to support the recommendation that this goes to 415 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, I still say that figure is not sufficient, Mr. Speaker, because some counties face serious challenges. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is on pending bills. I think every senator who has spoken here has spoken to this issue of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the figure, 74 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, that 74 billion talks to money being owed to Kenyans, businessmen. They have taken loans. It is their investment. Mr. Speaker, I think this is an area where this House and National Assembly should look into. Mr. Speaker, we should move to a level where we ensure the pending bills should be sorted out. So that, Mr. Speaker, our businessmen, our young people, those who have invested in this area of constructions and others, Mr. Speaker, get their money. And, Mr. Speaker, it has a direct impact on our economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, imagine today, if we release the 74 billion worth of pending bills, what would happen in the country today? There will be circulation of money in the economy, and Mr. Speaker then employ.
Yeah, next is Senator Sekirenku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support this report from the Committee of Finance, led by Senator Ali Roba, and want to congratulate the committee for the good work they have done. And I want to support that money should go to counties, and we support fully that counties as one of the areas that we are supposed to be. That is the reason why we are here, and that is why we are elected, to protect counties at any given time. But nevertheless, we want to say that as money goes to counties, I want to touch on 2 or 3 areas, Honorable Speaker, that it is not just enough for us to have money going to counties. However much we are trying to support counties to get money. But we want to have that money utilized accordingly. If you, Honorable Speaker, you look at how on source revenue in every county, it is under budgeted. They exaggerate revenue collections in every county. They think of collecting quite a number of money, they put their budgets, and that brings pending bills. It ends up bringing pending bills to their counties. And that is what we are saying. We really want to see how counties should budget or even put the money that they are able to collect in their budgets. Again, we look at the areas where counties are trying to use percentages that are not realistic, particularly on areas of personnel emolument. And it is very hard for counties to underpay their staffs. Personnel emolument in the budget is always budgeted, but we really wonder why county governments have pending bills on salaries, even to an extent of having pending bills on statutory deductions. So these are issues that really the committee of the PAC committee should look at it seriously. Areas like, for example, areas on Honorable Speaker, areas on development. It is also an area that the county should look at it to make sure that at least whatever that has been budgeted is actualized. Otherwise, we have a lot of issues, we'll have a lot of problems on developments in every county. They put budgets that are not realistic. They say they will need to do several projects, they are not being done, and that is why we have a lot of pending bills at the end of it all. But more importantly, Your Honorable Speaker, I want to look at areas that sometimes they are not being observed quite well on operations. It is hardly to get counties budgeting money on operations. And even when they budget money on operations, it becomes very difficult for them to utilize that money. They put them on different allocations, or even just bring them on issues of.
I request also my support team also indicate when the member is on a danger line, so that they can be able to time themselves. Next is Senator Chalgai Samson. Kiplotich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to onset to support this budget policy statement motion brought by the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we must call out the National Assembly, because this finance year of 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the national budget will be 3.7 trillion Kenya shillings. If you do at least 15%, Mr. Speaker, we should be allocating more to counties. So I want to challenge the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, to stop sleeping on the job, because we are looking at the financial year of 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, which is almost 3-4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. So I want to challenge National Assembly, let them expedite, so that when we are allocating funds through the latest audited account, Mr. Speaker, counties should be able to get more. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge on the issue of counties. You know, last year, Mr. Speaker, some of us were being crucified in public when we allowed that the counties get 385 billion, and now we are moving to 415 billion, Mr. Speaker. This is a significant improvement, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge governors and county governments to use these resources prudently and ensure that. So there is an addition, Mr. Speaker. This should get clear that we are adding money to counties from 385 billion to 415 billion, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that we need an integrated county revenue system by counties, Mr. Speaker, so that there is a lot of leakages, Mr. Speaker, through on-source revenue, which continues to be a big challenge, Mr. Speaker, and this has been used to disadvantage. I sit as the Vice Chair of County Public Accounts, Mr. Speaker, and it has been a challenge to address the on-source revenue. Most counties, 47 of them, Mr. Speaker, set a very high target. But when it comes to delivering on on-source revenue, it becomes a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 4 is on the issue of last mile distribution of fertilizer. I want to challenge counties. I know there is a problem of fertilizer across the country, especially in Nandi County, especially we are experiencing planting season, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Ministry of Agriculture to fast track provision of fertilizer, because we are planting season in Nandi County, Mr. Speaker. My only challenge to county government of Nandi and other counties is to do last mile distribution of fertilizer, so that we save transport costs to farmers, Mr. Speaker, because, for example, in Nandi we have 5 depots against around 1 million people. So I want to challenge that, Mr. Speaker. Another point, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to make is on the issue of mining royalties, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge, because in Nandi we have gold in a place called Chamasa, Mr. Speaker, yet the people of Nandi and the people of Chamasa are yet to see the fruits of the gold mine that they have in Kerebe, Mr. Speaker. In these mining royalties, I expect people to get more, Mr. Speaker, in Chamasa and in Nandi County through these mineral rights. Mr. Speaker, and the law is very clear. Mining Act of 2015 talks about community development agreement. There should be at least 70 to national, 20 to county, and 10% to the local community. With those, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. Next is Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report. Thanks to the members of Finance Committee for these elaborate reports. Mr. Speaker, on this report, on this budget issue, as Committee of Health Vice Chair, we recommend also that on the issue of health workers, Mr. Speaker, the bigger issue is health workers. Let me repeat again. Mr. Speaker, what is going on there is all our health facilities, we have shortage of staffs. That is doctors, nurses, all health facilities. Mr. Speaker, what I was thinking is the first thing from the Ministry of Health is the budget of how to increase our health workers must be catered for. But it is not. Because all our facilities doesn't have health workers, doesn't mean that we have to budget for it so that we have staffs on our side. And again, on that scenario, we have the government also make it open for nurses and doctors to go outside working. Why are we allowing and we don't have staff? So the best is to budget for the staffs so that we absorb our people in which we need their services on the ground, on the county issues. Mr. Speaker, there is meds equipment. Yes, you provide us the equipment, but where are the staffs? Mr. Speaker, the other one is pending bill. As accountant, Mr. Speaker, if you put budgets for the work done, and in the real sense, there is pending bill at the end of the year, I don't understand, because budget has been approved, it has been paid. This issue of budgets, where and how? To solve it, we can use, currently we are using accrued basis. If the government go for cash basis, which we recognize a pending bill in our financial statements, I think that change of accounting system from accrued basis to cash basis can solve this pending bill issue. Mr. Speaker, the other one is under budget of recurrent expenditure to the health sector. Mr. Speaker, we as a committee recommend that we classify the expenditure as a critical and non-critical expenditure so that we can absorb our workers, our health workers currently, which they are on a contract basis, to be a permanent and pensionable system. Mr. Speaker, thank you for those remarks.
Thank you. Senator Boy Issa Juma.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia ripoti hii ambayo kusema la kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza natoa kongole kwa mwenyekiti wake Senator Roba na mwenyekiti wake mdogo Senator Mutinda kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mmeifanya. Na kama unavyojua Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi maseneta kazi yetu kubwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kaunti zetu zinapata pesa vizuri, na kazi yetu nyingine pia ni kufanya oversight, kuangalia kwamba hizi pesa zinatumika namna gani katika kaunti yetu. Mimi sitakuwa mrefu sana kwa sababu wenzangu maseneta wengi wamechangia, ni ya ukweli. Na hii ripoti kama mimi seneta wa kaunti ya Kwale naunga mkono kabisa, kwa sababu hata juzi hivi karibuni kulitokea ripoti kwamba gavana wangu Mama Fatuma Achani, katika wale magavana ambao wamefanya kazi, yeye alikuwa ranked namba 2 kwa kazi aliyofanya nzuri sana. Kwa hivyo hii ripoti mimi naiunga mkono kabisa, na Mwenyezi Mungu aijalie kwamba sisi maseneta tuweze kuchangia soteni, tuweze kutoa kauli yetu moja kwamba hii ripoti iko sawa, na hii kamati izidi kuendelea, na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki kwamba wakati mlungo mwingine 2026 2025 mtutengezee ripoti kama hii. Asante sana na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante. Senator William Kemoi Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also echo what my colleagues have said in support of this particular motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that despite the economic challenges that we've had for the last 1 year, and it continues to be there, but at least there is some improvement, Honorable Speaker, there is an increase, proposed increase of 7% from 385 billion to 415 billion, which is basically more than the growth rate. The growth rate was around 5.7%, and we are proposing to add counties 415, which is over 7%, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we would have liked, as champions and protectors of devolution, to give more resources to the counties. But because of the way the economic situation is, I think we would live with this at 415. And if the economy improves next year, 2025, 2026, Honorable Speaker, we would propose to give more to the counties. And the main reason why I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, is even if we increase and give the counties, the biggest problem they have is what we call recurrent expenditure, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, every month of July, the month of July every year, every financial year, Honorable Speaker, there is an increase of salaries and wages across the board, both national and county government. So basically, when we add resources that are not meaningful, it means what we add to the counties, basically it goes to salaries. Now we have SHA, Social Health Authority. We will be contributing 2.75%, and the employers also will contribute the same. So basically, more of these resources will go to health. The affordable housing, 1.5%. So basically, it means the counties will also be contributing what we are giving them as additional resources to fund these levies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also important to challenge the governors. The governors are not doing enough. While we were in Turkana for Senate Mashinani, Honorable Speaker, you saw children along the streets begging for water because we were there. Why can the governors use these resources to do boreholes for the people, especially the semi-arid and arid counties, Honorable Speaker? Turkana County is getting over 12 billion. 12 billion, they should have close to around 7 going to development. So we hope and we need to do more oversight as senators so that this money doesn't go to waste, it goes to the right work that was intended. The reason why for devolution, Honorable Speaker, was because people perceived if you are not part of the government of the day, you don't get development. So that's why they made, there was agitation for devolution, and we want to see that these resources that are going to the counties benefit our people and not benefit a few governors who are looting the resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my colleague talked about pending bills. Pending bills, Honorable Speaker, there are many businesses that are closed. There are many people who are passed on because when there is a change of regime in the counties, the new governors have the tendency of not paying for services that will have been delivered by their colleagues who were there before them. So we want to tell the governors that, when you get a pending bill, you audit and you pay them. And you pay so long as services were delivered.
Senator Recha Julius Mulgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too join my colleagues by supporting this motion or report that has been brought by the chairman of accounts and also the deputy and the team together. Our job as senators, of course, is to protect devolution, and therefore it is part of our job to make sure that counties have enough or adequate money. But now, the county governments should work on priorities of the activities that are there, and the guideline should be public participation. What people have suggested on the ground is what the governments should follow, because I just came from my county yesterday, and over the weekend I was with a lot of people who are blaming the county government for doing opposite of what they suggested on public participation. And therefore, there is a lot of wastage and disappearance of finances just because the priorities are not followed according to the public participation and suggestions that people have made. And then the second thing is that there is still a lot of loopholes that need to be tightened so that money is not siphoned to directions that do not count at the end of the day to be a benefit to Mwananchi just because it went to the wrong pockets, to the wrong activities or projects. And then finally, also, it should be a priority or something to pay attention for the government because it is money that is for some of the counties like Turkana, like Pokot and so on. It's money that is coming directly and should be prioritized so that it lifts up development and those things that lagged behind in the past time, so that there's no wastage of time, there's no wastage of money, but it is prioritized and it enhances development. I support.
Next, Senator Koiti Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to address the House. I rise to confer to, because this budget policy statement is a very, very important document in the Republic, the budget making process, because it provides the broad guidelines under which Parliament should make the budget, under which the Treasury should make the budget that will be submitted to Parliament. So Parliament is giving the Treasury the broad guidelines for enacting the budget. Now, I've looked at the chairperson's forward, and it's very saddening when you look at paragraph C, that shows that the county equitable share has grown disproportionately to that of the projected growth in revenue. It's a paltry, it has grown by a paltry 1.5% against a growth of 13.9%, which means this particular proposed budget policy statement is anti-devolution in one way. I'm also looking at additional allocation for transfer of library services. The undertaking by the Treasury was never honored. The same applies to many other undertakings that were made. And so I would love to see, and I pray that I urge the Treasury to honor its commitments so that devolution can function. Coming to the question of debt, you see in the budget policy statement, there's provision to borrow internationally and to borrow domestically. I hope that when the Treasury puts together the budget for the current financial year, for the coming financial year rather, it will indicate what the domestic borrowing will be used for. Because most of the time, when money is borrowed domestically, it is not tied to anything. I would also urge that this time around, the budget proposal should also come to the Senate, because Article 249 of the Constitution, Clause 3, is very clear that Parliament shall ensure proper allocation of funds to independent officers and constitutional commissions. But when the budget does not come to this House, it means a major violation of the Constitution is undertaken. And finally, I hope that when the Treasury makes the budget this time, the budget will contain both the revenue estimates and the estimates of expenditure, so that we avoid going to court again to challenge it until it complies with the Constitution. With those few remarks, I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for catching my attention. Honorable Speaker, I am standing here to support this bill, which has been brought by my very good friend, Chair Finance. Honorable Speaker, as much as we are trying to take money to counties because that is our responsibility as a house, we also have a duty to strengthen oversight. In some instances, Honorable Speaker, we have been confined into being morticians, right? We devote money, money is squandered, money is embezzled, money is misappropriated. 2 years down the line, after the audit report is when we try to find out what happened. That time money has been found its way in some funny corners. It's a bright idea, Honorable Speaker, that counties need money because that is the essence of devolution. We voted to make sure that we take services closer to the people down at home. But it is important, Honorable Speaker, that this House strengthens the oversight responsibility. I happen to be one of the committees that oversight the expenditure. And I have some shocking news, Honorable Speaker, that I may not have time to diverge before this House. There are some counties that are very pathetic, despite having received millions and millions of money, billions and billions of money. And it's an issue, Honorable Speaker, that we are supposed to registrate, and a change is standing on us, that we are supposed to be hands-on in making sure that we oversight the money that we take to the counties. So in this respect, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support the bill that counties should get money, and I'm happy with the government because last time, Honorable Speaker, you remember we gave counties 384 million. This time we have increased to 415, and I hope by 2025, by 2026, we shall have more funds going to counties, and what I would urge the governors to do is to make sure that that money is used prudently to make sure that our people enjoy the services. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I strongly support.
Thank you. Last but not the least, Senator Joe Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me also to support this report by the Senate Finance and Budget Committee, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that, Honorable Speaker, I'm very excited by this report because it made not only financial recommendations, but it also made some policy recommendations, Mr. Speaker. And some of the policy recommendations that have caught my eye is number B, Mr. Speaker, where the committee recommended that the Ministry of Health should submit to the Senate a framework of collaboration between the national government and county governments on the management, including funding of human capital in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, most of our counties have their health facilities ailing. It is for this reason that I find this particular recommendation very important, because human capital is a problem. As we speak, we know we have actually a labor standoff between the doctors and the ministry, Mr. Speaker. And I think if we come out with a very good framework, then our hospitals across the counties, Mr. Speaker, will be well staffed, and our people are going to receive the services that they need to receive on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, number C, that recommends the prioritization of disbursement of equitable share, Mr. Speaker, is something that we must support. Because every time we go to our counties, and sometimes when funds, shareable revenue has not been disbursed, sometimes for a month or two, Mr. Speaker, senators, we do not have the governors give us a good beating, because they say, the senator says that they look for funds for counties. Let them go and tell the national government that we have not received our disbursement over the last 2 months. And so, Mr. Speaker, whatever it is, of disbursement of equitable share is a very important, Mr. Speaker. It must be remembered that I come from Central Kenya. We have many problems with R's and L's, Mr. Speaker, and that is why this particular word is giving some trouble. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's a very good policy recommendation that we must commend the committee for. Mr. Speaker, number F also caught my eye, that the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee fast-tracked the process of unbundling, delineation and transfer of functions to the county government and submit a report to the Senate by June 2024. Mr. Speaker, as Senate, we are here to defend, protect, and promote devolution, Mr. Speaker. It is for this reason that we must support every plan that involves transfer of functions to county governments, Mr. Speaker, because every devolved function must be devolved and must be transferred to the county, Mr. Speaker. I like their financial recommendations too, Mr. Speaker, where had it not been for budget constraints and deficits, Mr. Speaker, that counties to get about 415 billion. Mr. Speaker, we need a lot of money in our counties. In fact, the 415.
Senator Manzu Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, the funding of the counties is our priority, Mr. Speaker. From the policy statement, it is clear that just a little money has been added as equitable share of revenue, Mr. Speaker. And the counties have gone a lot of challenges. Although the government has made an effort to post the monies in good time, Mr. Speaker, the counties have still had a delay of about 2 months or so. The onset revenue has been a big challenge too, Mr. Speaker, partly because of theft, that a lot of, the charges the counties levy across the nation, a lot of times they have not yet been fully digitalized, and especially the use of pay bill numbers and M-Pesa, and still a lot of revenue is being lost. And yet, we are here to protect devolution. We are here to make sure that counties and devolution are effective, efficient, and serve the people so that development can go to the farthest corner in the village, Mr. Speaker. Devolution was a very good idea, and for the counties which have applied it very well, it has done very well. And even the counties which are seeming to be doing well, Mr. Speaker, there are still challenges. We still have challenges in terms of the operations in the counties, seepages of monies and loss of monies, and yet the ESCC, which is charged with the responsibility of making sure money is not lost and by checking corruption, Mr. Speaker, which is the biggest problem now in the counties, we still have to see ESCC devolved to make sure that serious action is taken against those who still count the money, Mr. Speaker, so that, by that strict act and by taking people to court, Mr. Speaker, including former governors who have stolen money, then it becomes preventive and the money is protected, for the benefit of the people. Otherwise, although the money is not a lot yet, and efforts are being made to give more monies to counties, this is really our work here. We have made a very, very big effort. Mr. Speaker, there are still challenges in terms of on-source revenue and the national, the funding which comes from the national government to the counties. It will be very good, Mr. Speaker, if the money arrives in good time, so that we don't see the sort of ratings we saw. Some counties with very little consumption and others having made an effort to deal with their monies in good time. And also, Mr. Speaker, one of the other challenges which goes with the financing of the counties is when the monies, it's the debt to the counties, Mr. Speaker. Pending bills have pinned down the counties in the last 10 years. Some of the pending bills belong to previous governors, Mr. Speaker. Some of the projects where there are claims of the pending bills, they are not really claimable. You cannot see the projects, yet business people or contractors or people who work with the counties are claiming money, Mr. Speaker. There has to be a policy and a system of verifying these pending bills so that where theft is detected, Mr. Speaker, ESCC can take its job, DCI can take their job, and those who are stealing from the counties are brought to book. Mr. Speaker, I support the report. Since it is just made, pursuant to the law, we are yet now to see the further details and the breakdowns into different counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ojenda Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one or two contributions to the budget policy statement. First, Mr. Speaker, is to thank the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for tabling this report before Senate today. Mr. Speaker, it is notable from the budget policy statement that for the counties there's an increment of 5.7 billion that will be going to the counties from the 385 to 391.1 billion this financial year. And just like my other brother senators have said, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important that county governments focus on development. I think there was a poor report this financial year of counties that on the question on development and the fund for development. But Mr. Speaker, sir, counties should also focus on reducing their outstanding debts. Pending bills, Mr. Speaker, sir, are worrying. And pending bills, Mr. Speaker, sir, as you know, go right to the question of delivery of services. And it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that in certain counties, including my county, Kisumu County, I have before this House presented a statement on pending bills that remain unpaid and that go back, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the period when the first governor served. I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that this House must do is to find a framework that will ensure that pending bills are settled so that governors who come into power ensure that projects where there were deliveries, that contractors are paid so that we do not, Mr. Speaker, sir, frustrate individuals who have helped the counties not only to grow, but who have rendered services at cost and who continue to incur interest in bank loans. Because these contractors, Mr. Speaker, sir, go to commercial banks to get loans to perform services or contracts in counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a member of the Standing Committee on National Security, we consider the budget policy statement. And outstanding questions including, Mr. Speaker, sir, the actualization of the new boundaries that have been set by the CS in the Ministry of Interior, the need to construct offices for chiefs, the need to ensure that the processing of passports is done timelessly, Mr. Speaker, sir, go to the very need, Mr. Speaker, sir, to ensure that this budget policy statement is given a stamp of authority by Senate. There are priority areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, and those priority areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, especially for this House, go to the need for counties to be actioned to perform for the people of these counties. I support, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator David Wakoli.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Mchango wangu Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba matarajio ya Wakenya yataweza kuafikiwa kutokana na fedha ambazo tunagatua kwenda mashinani. Juzi Mheshimiwa Spika, magavana wamekuwa wakidai kwamba pesa zimechelewa na kwamba miradi mingi ya maendeleo haijatimilika, na wengine vile vile wamekuwa wakikenua vichwa wakidai kwamba tumepunguza mgao wao. Leo mbele ya Wakenya wote wanajionea wazi msimamo wa jumba la Senate kwamba tunataka waongezewe fedha ili fedha hizi ziambatane na majukumu yaliyogatuliwa katika katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, zile fedha ambazo kaunti inawatoza watu katika kaunti zao. Hizi fedha, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kama sadaka, ni kama kafara kule mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika, na naomba jumba hili la Senate tuweze kufuata hizi fedha, tuhakikishe kwamba zote zinazotozwa watu wa kaunti zetu zinaweza kuhesabika na kuwajibikiwa kwa miradi ya maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukipiga kurunzi mashinani, utagundua baadhi ya wanaochukua ushuru mashinani ni matajiri kuliko viongozi wa wadi na wabunge katika Kenya hii. Ndio kwa sababu tunataka mfumo mpya wa kuchukua ushuru kutoka kwa Wakenya, kwa sababu haiwezekani wale wa kutoza ushuru waache kutumia mfumo wa kidijitali, waanze kutembea na mikoba wakichukua pesa kwa Wakenya, na ukiuliza hesabu wanasema uchumi ni mbaya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ugatuzi unawapa watu wa kaunti hizi kuimarisha vyuo vya shule za chekechea, shule ya anuwai, ukulima, uchumi samawati, mazingira. Miradi hii yote ikiwemo michezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, magavana lazima wajue hizi fedha ni za kuhakikisha majukumu haya yanatekelezwa. Na wakituona mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika, waweze kutukumbatia na kufungua vitabu vya hesabu tuvikague, na tuelezee watu wa kaunti zetu fedha zetu zinatumika vipi, na yule atakayepatikana akipora pesa hizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, akubali kubeba msalaba wake. Kwa hiyo nashukuru na kuunga mkono mapendekezo ya kamati ya uchumi na fedha katika Senate, na nikuwaomba maseneta wote tupitishe ili tuanze kupambana na mafisadi kule mashinani. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Senators, according to my dashboard, there is no other senator interested to contribute, but this system should be checked because Senator Tabitha Keroche made a contribution, but she's still appearing on my screen. Therefore, I will request the mover to reply. Vice Chair Senator Mutinda, Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do take this opportunity to reply to our committee report by our committee. And I want to take the opportunity to really thank all members for their time and their contributions that we as a committee have keenly noted on the different issues that they've been able to raise. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the main responsibility of PBS is to set out the strategic priorities and the policy goals. And you realize that it's a responsibility that we do as Senate and also the National Assembly embarks on this within the timelines that have been set by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during this PBS process, also with the MTDS process, Mr. Speaker, we were able to have different stakeholders. And to our surprise, Mr. Speaker, apart from our frequent stakeholder, that is the Minister of Treasury, Professor Ndungu, who has always been very diligent to appear before this committee, and we are always very grateful as a committee, but apparently, of course, we don't see the same happening to the plenary, but we acknowledge that he's one of the key stakeholders that has very great input as far as this committee is concerned. This is the first time we also saw most of the governors appearing. We had about 10 of them who were able to diligently give their time. Of course, among others is PAC, TISA, CAF. Now, PBS has mainly focused this 2024 on the sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation for the economic recovery and the improved livelihoods, which is highly the manifesto of the current government that I personally serve. And we pride in ensuring that the PBS that we embarked on focuses on the bottom economic transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker. We were able to also note and pointed out the different agricultural economic sectors ranging from, of course, rice, tea, coffee. And yes, I want to acknowledge as a committee, Senator Boni Alwale was also able to point out on the issue that has been seconded by one of the members on the issue of sugarcane being also part of the agricultural sector economic investment that needs to be highly recognized. And we as a committee I highly agree on the same, Mr. Speaker. I want to note that in respect to the exchange rate, the Kenya shilling had depreciated by 19.3 against the US dollar and 23.4 against the euro. And this, Mr. Speaker, is what led to the increased debt, which amounted to about 800 billion. It is also good to note that the Kenya shilling value compared to the major global currencies had increased, appreciating to 10.8% against the dollar and 10.9% against the sterling pound, Mr. Speaker. Areas that really were focused on the key interventions, Mr. Speaker, were ranging from the housing and settlement sector. As you can see, as a House, we're also looking forward to the housing bill, and this is one of the key priority target sectors. Agricultural transformation, we have the micro, small, and medium enterprise, the healthcare, where we have the social health insurance fund, the digital superhighway and creativity industry, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other key thing that I've had members discuss, which I'm very pleased that, Mr. Speaker, this time round, we seem to be really appreciating that we've suggested an increment of about 30 billion to the equitable share. That is from 385 billion to 415.9522, Mr. Speaker. How did we get to this figure? Mr. Speaker, when the governors approached or we came before our great committee, their request was 450 billion. But you realize, Mr. Speaker, finance and budget is not theoretical, it's mathematical, and it has to be much more factual in terms of the figures that are put. They have to be more realistic and they have to make sense. And in our deliberations as a committee, we were able to note and appreciate that the Ministry of Treasury had suggested a 391.1 billion. And you look at this, it's about an increment of 6 billion. CRA suggested 398 billion. And when in our discussions we were able to analyze the reasons, some of the reasons that were brought to us, and we looked at why these minimal increments from National Treasury and from CRA. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that one of the challenges that we've noted as a committee, which is being affected by National Treasury, is on the approval of the last audited financial reports. The ones that we currently use up to date, we are in the year 2024, but we're still using the last audited reports for year 2019-2020, which stands at about 1.63 trillion. Yet, if we were to adapt the current audited reports, which amount to about 1.9 trillion, Mr. Speaker, if those audited reports were approved by the National Assembly and we were to use that figure, definitely that would give us an automatic increment out of the 15%, which is the equitable share for the county government, Mr. Speaker, for our governors. Because this is, the equitable share is not a beg from the national government, but it's a requirement by the national government. Mr. Speaker, I beg your protection. And then in this, Mr. Speaker, that is how we were able to resolve that 6.4% of the 385.425 was to give us about 410. And then the issue of the medical equipment, Mr. Speaker, that had been mentioned earlier, you realize during the mediation period, it has been brought to zero. So the 5.86, Mr. Speaker, included the 410 billion, will give us the 415. It is one thing to give counties 415 billion. It is another for National Treasury to be able to adhere on the timely cash disbursements that have been set. Because without this, Mr. Speaker, then it brings in a challenge. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, on the advocacy for more funds that I've had senators advocate for is because we have the issue of inflation that has increased. We have the issue of increased bank rates that have gone high, Mr. Speaker. We have the cost of the CHVs that have also been rendered to the county governments, Mr. Speaker. And with this cost, then, we also have the statutory cost. We have 10% annual increment to the salaries of the county staff, which also becomes an increased recurrent cost to the county governments. Hence, they need more funding. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we also talked about the pension, and I'm happy that the national government, which is their mandate, and I want, as I conclude, to urge them that it is their responsibility to ensure they put more emphasis on oversighting the national government on their expenditure. Our mandate, we normally focus on the county governments. But I'm happy because in our previous PFM amendments, Mr. Speaker, our advice as a committee was that it is the responsibility of Parliament. And in Kenya, we have a bicameral Parliament that includes the National Assembly and Senate, and whereby we need to audit the reports within the stipulated duration of 3 months of the PFM Act, such that we are going to be able to ensure the money that the ministries have been given at the national level are utilized as required. But I'm happy, as I conclude, to note, Mr. Speaker, that monies for the pension, which we discussed last week on the CPIC report that was tabled here, and we realized staff are not able to receive their funding. I'm happy because there has been a 1.65 billion which has been allocated to pension. There has been 670 billion which has been allocated to education, Mr. Speaker. In the agriculture sector, I'm happy to report that there has been 2 billion which has been allocated to the coffee cherry fund, among also other funds as far as the subsidy fertilizer is concerned, Mr. Speaker. The issue of the passport, Mr. Speaker, has been communicated, and I'm happy because about 3.2 billion has been allocated to ensure that people are able to get passports and get them on time. In all said, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say that I officially reply to this, and I beg that we'll be able.
Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member replying. Just say you reply.
Mr. Speaker, I do beg to reply.
Thank you. So, Honorable Senators, we are now going to the division. And I direct the bill to be long for 2 minutes. Okay. Link for 5 minutes. Sergeant at arms, stop the bell now. Stop the bell, Sergeant at arms. So, honour members, let us transact business. Senator Manzo and Senator Veronica. Majority Whip, take your seats.
Since we are doing it electronically, we'll do sequential.
So, Sergeant at arms, can you close the door and you draw the bar? Senator Boni Karwale. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 Budget Policy Statement laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 5th March 2024, and pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 186(8), the Senate approves the 2024 Budget Policy Statement. Senators, you are voting electronically. So at this juncture, I request all senators to remove their cards, to log out their cards, and the Sergeant at arms to check all the remaining cards in the delegate units. Standing order number 1. Log out, senators. No. The senator for mayor will be voting. Mayor already needs this money, but we'll be very keen to see how it is spent. We want a lot of money. So, senators, you can log back now. And then if you are set, you can proceed to vote. Senator Chage, to save time, kindly stop engaging this team now so that we can get results. Yeah, don't engage them. Let them do the tallying and then we get the results of the division. as Senator Beatrice and Senator Miriam approach the table to vote on behalf of your delegations. And also confirm whether the Meru delegation has voted. Senator Chalgay. Honorable Senators, these are the results for the division on the bill. The ayes that 2, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it. Next order. Honorable Senators, let us go to the next division on the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 46 of 2022. So, Honorable Senators, I want to put the question that the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill be National Assembly Bills of number 46 of 2022 be now read a second time. We are again voting electronically, so you log out first. And then, as usual, you check whether there's other cards which have no owners. If not, then you log in again. You log in. And if you have, you proceed to vote. Good. And now I'm good. Again, the Homa Bay and the Mandela delegations to approach the table for voting. Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Ayes 32 votes, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
An act of parliament to amend the Public Service Values and Principles Act and to provide for connected purposes.
Now you can withdraw the bar and open the doors. Next order. Next order. So, Honorable Senators, I want to reorganize the business again. The business appearing as order number 10, we proceed with it. Then we skip 11 and 12, and then we proceed with number 13. Number 14, sorry. So, next order, please.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023. Order number 14, Committee of the Whole, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023. Very fast and attempt to order
Honorable members, we are going to go to the Water Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, and we will be very fast. So, honorable members, we will run through the amendments. We will go for divisions tomorrow.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, proceed to propose the amendment.
Honorable Chairman, I propose that clause 3 of the bill be amended. A, in the proposed new paragraph G by inserting the word subject to the economic efficiency criteria set by the regulated board at the end of the paragraph, and B, in the proposed new paragraph H by inserting the words subject to the economic efficiency criteria set by the regulatory board at the end of the paragraph.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, proceeds to move the proposed amendments.
Honorable Chairman, I propose that clause 4 be amended by deleting clause 4 and inserting the following new clause 4. Section 68 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph B. B.A. Operate waterworks and provide bulk water services by entering into a bulk water purchase agreement. 1. With an investor in accordance with the provisions of the Public-Private Partnerships Act, Cap 430, subject to the economic efficiency criteria set by the regulatory board, and after conducting public participation and consulting the relevant county government whose area of jurisdiction and the waterworks is located all. Number 2, with a waterworks service provider subject to the economic efficiency criteria set by the regulatory board. BB, operate waterworks and provide bulk water services as a bulk water service provider until such a time as the Waterworks Development Agency transfers responsibility for the operation and management of the waterworks to a county government or the waterworks service provider in whose area of jurisdiction the waterworks is located. The essence of this amendment, if I would say in one line, Honorable Chair, it mandates rigorous consultation and public participation before waterworks development agencies can enter into bulk water purchase agreements. This requirement underscores the commitment to a participatory approach in water management, ensuring that county governments are involved as the provision of water services is a devolved function. Honorable Chair, you recall that this has been a very heated matter when members were contributing during a second reading, and as a committee then, we felt that this is a very important amendment to move. The move not only fosters transparency, but also strengthens the bond between the two levels of government. The amendment also seeks to clearly define the operational limits of Waterworks Development Agency. You also, Honorable Chair, recall that we had this challenge raised by our colleagues by stipulating that these agencies can operate water work and only provide bulk water services. This is important, Honorable Chair, that waterworks development agencies can only operate bulk water services. We set clear boundaries to their functions, preventing any potential overreach into areas beyond their mandate, especially when it comes to provision of water services at the retail level. This clarification ensures that there is that their activities remain focused to provision of bulk water services within the public-private partnership agreements, which the county governments are also involved in. Finally, Honorable Chair, the proposal introduces stringent adherence to economic efficiency criteria set by Water Services Regulatory Board for all bulk water purchases agreements. This criteria ensures that these agreements are not only financially viable, but also aligned with the broader objective of the national economic and stewardship consumer protection. By so doing, we safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya by ensuring that they receive efficient, reliable, and effective water services. Honorable Chair, this will be a very, very important amendment because it will allay the fears that had been raised by our colleagues that the devolved units, or we are taking this particular role from the devolved units. We have set the boundaries up to which the waterworks development agencies can go in terms of provision of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. The chairperson standing committee on the land, environment, and natural resources proceeds to move the proposed amendment.
Thank you very much for the guidance, Chair. I propose the amendment as it appears on the order paper, Honorable Chair. The core of this amendment centers in eliminating the phrase "with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary," which are currently positioned after the "necessary thereafter." In the proposed section 68A2 of the bill, the rationale behind this deletion is anchored in the existing legal framework of the Water Act, specifically section 71(1), which clearly delineates Water Service Regulatory Board's independence in executing its duties and responsibilities. Furthermore, Section 72(1)A of the Water Act reiterates the board's mandate to set national standards for the provision of water services and the development of water services assets by requiring that the Cabinet Secretary's approval for the standards and licensing conditions set by the Regulatory Board. The current language of Clause 5 inadvertently undermines this statutory autonomy. Such a requirement not only contradicts the spirit of the Water Act, but also impairs the board's ability to function as an independent regulatory body.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 6.
Clause 6, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. The chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources, proceeds to move the proposed amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose the amendment as they appear on the order paper. Honorable Chairman, under the current legal framework, specifically Section 69 of the Water Act, there is a clear mandate for the legal works development agencies to hand over completed water works to county governments. However, the initial proposal within the bill sought to restrict the transfer of national public water works to county governments, water service providers, or joint committees formed between the national and county governments. This approach not only conflicts with the spirit of the cooperative governance, as highlighted in Article 189 of the Constitution of Kenya, but also overlooks the shared responsibility inherent in water management, a critical issue considering water's pivotal role in both national and county spheres. Moreover, Honorable Chair, the committee took into consideration the provisions of Section 23 of the Intergovernmental Relations Act, which underscores the establishment of the joint committees between the national and county government, whenever necessary to achieve the objects of devolution as stated in Article 174 and Article 175. In light of this consideration, the committee proposed this amendment. This amendment requires that upon the completion and commissioning of waterworks, and this is very important, Honorable Chair, that upon completion and commissioning of waterworks, the Responsibility Waterworks Development Agency should formalize agreements not just with the county government, but also with cross-county water service providers, joint committees, or any other relevant service water provider operating within the jurisdiction of the completed work. This change aims to diversify the potential for partnership and ensure that the management and provision of water services are aligned with county needs and county government structures. Additionally, Honorable Chair, the committee recommended inclusion of a clear definition of a joint committee within the bill. This intends to eliminate any existing ambiguities to provide a solid legal foundation for these collaborative entities, thereby enhancing clarity, efficiency, accountability at the handover process.
I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill, and the chairperson standing committee on land, environment and natural resources proceed to move the proposed amendments. Chairperson, order, majority leader. Chairperson, proceed to move those proposed amendments.
Honorable Chairman, I propose that clause 7 be amended as it appears on the order paper. My train of thought has been really affected by the lead of majority.
I now propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed, and put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 8.
Clause 8, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill, and I put the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. The chairperson, standing committee on land, environment and natural resources proceed to propose and move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 9 be amended as appears on the order paper. Just one line, Honorable Chair. This amendment seeks to provide for the replacement of the phrase provision of water services with contracted functions immediately following, in order to constrict the language and focus of the legislation, addressing a crucial oversight in the original wording.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill, and ask the chairperson, standing committee on land, environment and natural resources to move the proposed amendments.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 10 be amended as it appears on the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 11.
Clause 11, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be deleted. The chairperson, standing committee on land, environment and natural resources proceed to move the proposed amendment on deletion.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 11 be amended as it appears on the order paper. One line, Honorable Chair, why we actually feel as a committee that this clause should be deleted. Honorable Chair, clause 11 essentially seeks to amend section 114 of the Water Act to include waterworks development agencies as beneficiaries of the Water Sector Trust Fund. The fund has traditionally been earmarked to support marginalized counties, assisting them in financing the development and management of water services. By opening access to the waterworks development agencies, which are national government entities, there is a significant risk that the allocation of funds to counties, especially those that are marginalized, will diminish. This change could potentially divert resources away from the areas with the very acute needs, undermining the fund's primary objective by alleviating the water service disparities in marginalized regions. So therefore, I urge members to support the deletion of this clause.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 11 be deleted, and I put the question that clause 11 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 12.
Clause 12, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill, and put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairperson, standing committee on land, environment and natural resources proceed to move the proposed amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 12 be amended as it appears on the order paper. This is a very straightforward amendment, Honorable Chair, on the water tribunal that seeks to be established.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed, and I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
The title and clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill, and put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end. I now call upon the mover, Majority Leader, to report on progress. Honorable members, we are unable to do the division, and we shall defer this to the next sitting. Mover to proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order number 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Water Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Water Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members present, for the convenience of progress of the business of the House, we will adjourn later, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 34 2A, to facilitate us to progress on the next bill. Honorable members, we are now dealing with the bill on the care and protection of child parents bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023. And honorable members, I will proceed.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clauses 41 and 42.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill, and put the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 2, the title, and Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill, and I put the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Honorable members, Chairperson, we are unable to do the division. I'll call upon Senator Miraj to report.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Orders 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. I propose Senator Commissioner Vice Chair Joyce Korir to second it.
Honorable Speaker, I do second.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Honorable members, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker,
Chairperson Senator Sige, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Water Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Water Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow. I beg to request the indefatigable fighter, Senator of Kakamega, to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson Senator Sige, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow. I thank you.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate do agree with the Committee of the Whole in this said report. I beg Senator Commissioner Vice Chair Joyce Korir to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do second. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate do agree with the Committee of the Whole in the said report. I put the question that the Senate do agree with the Committee of the Whole in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:36 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 7th March 2024 at 2:30 p.m.